Chapter 276. It's so rare for us brothers to reunite, so how could we disperse after drinking so little? What a disappointment! No. I can't drink anymore. I'm really drunk, Which room are you staying in? Tin Ano sat in front of the table, resting her chin on her hand as she thought for a long time. She suddenly realized that it was already dark, but Yang Fan had still not returned. She couldn't help but grow anxious, so she lit a lamp and decided to go outside to take a look. Just as she reached the door, she heard Yang Fan's voice coming from the courtyard. His voice was somewhat indistinct, as if he was drunk. Tin Ano hurriedly pulled back her hand and listened. After Yang Fan and Shen Mu returned to the Palace Minister General's office, they met with Lu Shirda. Shen Mu explained his plan and was able to filling in the gaps in the plan. The entire operation was flawless, and Lu Shirda was overjoyed. He immediately ordered for a banquet to be held in honor of the two. The Turkic army was right outside the city, and when they were looking out from the walls, they had noticed some strange activity in the Turkic camp. Presumably, they would attack the city tonight, so they had already reported this news to the Palace Minister General's office. Lu Shirda naturally did not dare to drink too much, only offering 3 cups of wine and water. As the commanding general, Yi Yunbao did not even dare to drink a cup, only drinking water in place of wine. Among the 4 of them, no matter from which aspect, Yang Fan was the youngest. How could he still pretend to be reserved? He had drunk a little too much wine. After returning to the station, Shen Mu returned to his room to rest. Yang Fan had originally planned to discuss the plan with Tin Ano, but when he entered the reception hall, he saw a group of brothers from the 100 Cavalry drinking to their heart's content. These people were soldiers, and although they were not responsible for defending the city, they knew that this was not the time to drink too much, so they had restrained themselves at the start. But once one was stained with alcohol, one could no longer control it. Moreover, they had put aside their worries and were extremely happy. They had been recuperating at the Huangshui, waiting for Yang Fan's news. From autumn to winter, from yellow leaves falling to the ground to heavy snow, they still hadn't seen Yang Fan return. They were almost certain that Yang Fan had died. However, they were not satisfied with the fact that Yang Fan's body was nowhere to be found, so they rushed to Shanzhou to urge the Huyuan army to search for him. From time to time, they would go to the Yamen to ask for information, as if they were determined to rely on the Huyuan army. This gave Meng Digang, who was in charge of this matter, a headache. Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear brought news of Yang Fan. Meng Digang felt like he had received a treasure. He hurriedly sent this news to these masters from the capital. As a result, Huang Xuchang and the others followed him to Mingwei garrison. Only when they arrived did they learn that Yang Fan had safely returned. With their worries at ease, they were naturally particularly happy. Before Yang Fan had returned, they had been drinking 1 cup after another, and had gotten a little drunk. Now that the main character, Yang Fan, had returned, they were even more in high spirits. They drank as they talked, and many toasts were made. Yang Fan wanted to drink after surviving a calamity, he wanted to drink after making a great contribution, he wanted to drink after being promoted, he wanted to drink after being thanked by the crowd, and he wanted to drink after listening to him recount his strange and thrilling experiences in the Turkic Khaganate. How could Yang Fan resist? By the time he insisted on drinking, he was already dead drunk. The ones supporting Yang Fan were Zhang Shitong and Tian Yen. The 2 of them had drunk no less than Yang Fan. The 3 of them had their arms around each other's shoulders as they staggered into the courtyard. Zhang Shitong looked around and asked, "Erlang, which room are you staying in?" Yang Fan pointed at his room and then drifted over to Tin Ano's room. He mumbled, "You guys go back and drink. I look for Miss Anu. I still have something to discuss." As Yang Fan spoke, he walked towards Tin Ano's room. Hearing the footsteps from inside, Tin Ano hurriedly tidied up her hair. Just as there was a knock on the door, she opened the door. Yang Fan lost his balance and fell into the room. Tin Ano hurriedly went to support him and felt his hands sink. It seems like he really drank too much. Zhang Shitong and Tianyan stood at the door with their arms around each other's shoulders. With one look, they saw that this Tin Ano was different from the afternoon. Her hair was made up like an unmarried woman from the Central Plains. Her brows were slender and long, her eyes as charming as a fox's. Her nose was like a jade and her lips were like cherry blossoms. She was pretty and lovely. She probably dressed herself up for the night. The two of them were dazed by her beauty, but soon after, they giggled and said, "Miss Anu, Erlang is a little drunk. We'll leave him to you." Ha ha ha. Finishing their conversation, the two of them staggered away with their arms around each other's shoulders. Their giggles carried a hint of ambiguity. Tin Ano's face was slightly hot. Supporting Yang Fan with one arm, she closed the door and placed him on the side of the table to sit down. She softly said, Why did you drink so much?" Yang Fan was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting. He wanted to lie down on the table and sleep. Forcing himself to speak, he said, No choice I drank at Zhonglong's. Jiang Fu. Come back and still drink. Let's not talk about this. Let me tell you, my method has already been decided. But this matter. I still need your help. Tin Ano poured him a cup of hot water and said in a bad mood, Look at you, you're drunk. Drink some water first and talk slowly. Yang Fan picked up the cup and gulped it down. Tin Ano let out a soft yin and said in annoyance, It's still hot. At this time, Yang Fan really couldn't feel how hot the water was. After drinking, he put down the cup, wiped his mouth and began to explain to her. Although his voice was muffled, Tin Ano could understand. Listening to Yang Fan's words, she raised her eyebrows and said sweetly, I thought it was something serious. You're so drunk and you still want to tell me. What's so difficult about it? I'll help you. Anu. Although Yang Fan was drunk, his heart was sober. He knew that Tin Ano was willing to take the risk and help him. It was all because of him. After drinking, Yang Fan's emotions were stirred. He grabbed onto Tin Ano's soft hand, causing Tin Ano to jump in shock. She stammered, You. What are you doing? Yang Fan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, he only said in a heavy tone, Anu, thank you. These few words, Yang Fan said it very clearly. He was already drunk. Tin Ano could feel that when he wanted to say these words, he used a lot of heart and strength to enunciate the words so clearly. Tin Ano's heart was warm. She felt that everything she did for him was worth it. After Yang Fan finished this sentence, he stood up shakily and said, Anu, you. Go back early to rest. Rest. I'm also broken, I'll send you. Tin Ano heard that his speech was unclear and found it funny. She stood up to help him but saw Yang Fan running shakily to her bed. Tin Ano cried out, Erlang, that's my. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Fan had already fallen head first onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Tin Ano didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. She stood there looking at Yang Fan who was sleeping like a dead pig. She lightly stamped her feet and first went to the charcoal stove to get a pot of boiling water before walking to the wall. There was a low wooden frame by the wall with a basin on it. Tin Ano had already filled half a basin with cold water and now she added some hot water. After drying the towel, she returned to the bed and forcefully turned Yang Fan over. She carefully wiped his face. Compared to when he was in Luoyang, Yang Fan was much thinner and his skin seemed to be rougher. However, it didn't reduce his handsomeness at all. It seemed that he was even more masculine and more mature. He looked determined and strong. His cheeks were hot. Because he had drunk wine, there was a strong blush on his cheek. Tin Ano wiped his face bit by bit. When her fingers brushed past his chin, she felt the hard stubble there. It seemed to make her heart itch. She cleaned Yang Fan's face and stared at him in a daze for a long time. Then she took off his boots and carefully covered him with the blanket. Her movements were very gentle. Of course, waiting on someone wasn't a very happy thing, but because the person she was waiting on was the person she liked, seeing his drunken state, amidst the amusement and helplessness there was also a bit of pity, a bit of joy and a bit of sweetness. She had served her young master since she was young, but she had never had such a feeling. Tin Ano knew that it wouldn't be easy to get past her young master, but she had never told Yang Fan. It wasn't for any other reason but because her young master's strength was too great. It wasn't something that Yang Fan could fight against. If she told him, with his personality, he definitely wouldn't let her handle it alone. However, if he interfered and angered her young master, it would be self-defeating. Tin Ano didn't want to tell him about this. Although she was only a maid, she had been raised by her young master. She knew that her young master had never simply treated her as a maid. Her young master had always been indifferent to others, but he treated her like a daughter. If she was a bit more tactful, she might be able to resolve this problem peacefully. As for Yang Fan, she didn't have anything to worry about. Ever since her young master ordered her to pay attention to Yang Fan, she had personally or sent people to investigate Yang Fan. She knew that Yang Fan only had a close relationship with one person in Luoyang, Pasta. That Lady Pasta, whom he viewed as his own sister, was now married to Ma Chiao. He didn't have any other close relationships with the opposite sex. Therefore, as long as she solved the difficulties on her young master's side, she could be with him forever. Thinking of this, Tin Ano smiled sweetly. She gently caressed Yang Fan's cheek with her soft little hand, and then gently rubbed his chin with the back of her delicate palm. Feeling the hard taste of the man, she smiled sweetly and got up to blow out the light for him. It was dawn. Some people who got up early were fetching water in the courtyard to wash up. Suddenly, a scream came from Tin Ano's room. Then Yang Fan rushed out with messy clothes. He was barefooted and his face was pale. He shouted as if he was possessed, "Why am I in a newsroom? Why am I in a newsroom?" Everyone in the courtyard looked at him in surprise. Some were holding loofah kernels in their hands, some were holding willow twigs, and some were holding toothbrushes that had been ground until they were half bald. Their mouths were full of foam, and a very strange expression gradually emerged on their faces. At this time, the door that should be Yang Fan's room opened with a squeak. Tin Ano walked out slowly. She glanced at Yang Fan and said loudly to him with a red face, "Who asked you to be so drunk last night? I changed rooms with you." She said this to Yang Fan, but the tone and tone were clearly explaining to everyone. However, everyone was confused. He drank too much. Why did he want to switch rooms? Yang Fan asked this question for everyone in a daze. Did I drink too much? Why did I change rooms if I drank too much? Tin Ano couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, "Because you refused to leave my room. You lay on the bed and didn't move. Where do you want me to sleep?" Oh! The onlookers suddenly realized and looked at Yang Fan with ambiguous eyes. Yang Fan couldn't stand it anymore, and Tin Ano also found that the more they explained, the more they made things worse. The two doors were closed one after another, and the couple retreated in embarrassment. Chapter 277. Under Mu Si's command, the Turks attacked Mingwei garrison for an entire night. Their battle cries echoed throughout the night and could be heard clearly even from deep within the city. At daybreak, the Turks retreated and both sides rested for a short while. Smoke rose once more and many people were no longer able to enjoy their breakfast for the day. Some parts of the city wall were damaged, and a few of the crenellations on the wall were almost flattened by stones. The soldiers were pouring water over them again and again, and a layer of water and grass was spread over them. Soon, a thick ice wall was built. Unless it was hit by a large stone weighing hundreds of kilograms, it would be impossible to destroy it. Mu Si's men carried the injured soldiers and retreated like a receding tide, preparing to take over his tribe and enjoy their breakfast. At this moment, the Turkic soldiers on guard suddenly saw several people being lowered from a rattan basket tied to the top of the Mingwei garrison's walls. The Turkic soldiers immediately reported this news, and soon, a Heelan military officer came out to welcome them. At the same time, a similar scene was playing out in Wuhan garrison. There were 7 people coming down from the city walls. There were flag-bearers, trumpeters, messengers, interpreters, and guards. When they came down from the city walls, they waved a white flag. In the laws of war, a white flag was not a sign of surrender but a temporary ceasefire. The flag-bearer waved the white flag and walked in front, followed by a few people. On the opposite side, the Heelan led a dozen armed warriors to welcome them. The man, who was obviously the emissary, was wearing a round-collared robe and a scarf on his head. He had a mustache and was smiling like a merchant. As soon as he saw Heelan walking over, he immediately stopped and cupped his hands in salute. A thin interpreter with a mustache said, "Our great Zhou's Zhonglong general has sent an emissary here to discuss important matters with Mu'en's great Yi protector and Mu Si's great Yi protector. Please introduce them." The Heelan official was dressed in leather armor and had a large saber hanging from his waist. His face was dark red and his eyes were sharp, exuding a valiant aura. He coldly looked at the sleek merchant emissary, then looked at the frail translator, curled his lips in disdain, and said, "Follow me." Heelan led them into the main camp. Just as they were about to reach the central camp, the squires lined up on both sides of the central camp suddenly drew their sabers at the same time. Chong, chong, chong. A series of ear-piercing noises were heard as the long sabers formed a saber formation. The round, merchant-dressed emissary waved at them with a smile and calmly walked into the saber array. The Heelan official turned around and saw his calm demeanor. He was secretly impressed. Looking at his slick demeanor, he didn't expect him to have some guts. Mu Si was also in the big tent. He had just returned from commanding the siege for a whole night. He wanted to give Mu-En some instructions before going to rest, but he heard that the Tang had sent an envoy, so he stayed behind. "Tang emissaries, sign up." Heelan entered the tent to report and came out after a while. He stood at the side of the tent and shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. The Tang emissary dusted his robe and said loudly, "I'm Jing Yan. I've been sent by General Mingwei to seek an audience with Mu-En's protector Yi and special attendant Mu Si." As he spoke, he strode into the tent. The only person accompanying him was the skinny translator. The rest of the people were left outside the tent. Apart from the flags and bugle horns, all the weapons they carried were taken away. As it was morning, the leaders of the tribes had just woken up and had not reported to Mu-En. At this moment, there were only Mu-En, Mu Si, his son-in-law, and some guards in the tent. Mu Si was tall and slender. He was wearing a wolf-skin robe with a high collar and long sleeves, which made him look even more ferocious. Although Mu-En was an old man in his 50s, he stood as straight as a spear. He wore riding boots and tightened his belt, which made him look burly and valiant. He didn't look old at all. "What does Yi Yunbao want to say to me by sending you here?" Mu-En spoke in Turkic language. The frail translator repeated it to Jing Yan in Chinese. Jing Yan smiled and bowed to him, saying, "This must be Mu-En's protector Yi. Ha ha ha, I'm a merchant from Longyu, not a government official. This time, the Turks have invaded our territory and the two countries are locked in a fierce battle. We merchants of the western regions are very uneasy, so we persuaded General Yi Zhonglong to send someone to request an audience with Great Yi Protector General. Our two sides can discuss this matter and decide that it is best not to fight this battle if possible." Mu-En listened to the frail translator's translation and frowned. "You're not government officials? Then what do you want to talk about?" Jing Yan said with a smile, "Everyone here is a hero of the grassland. You live in yurts, drink horse milk, live by water and grass, shoot eagles under the blue sky and white clouds, herd sheep and sing. Longyu is not a good place for you to live. Why must both sides fight each other and kill so many people? I was elected by the merchants of the western region to represent them to negotiate peace with great Yi Yunbao. As long as you agree to withdraw your troops, we are willing to offer some money and women to make up for your losses. Isn't it good for everyone to live in harmony? Mu En was furious when he heard the translator's reply. Presumptuous! Are you guys toying with this old man? I've mobilized 100,000 troops to conquer the city and conquer the land. He's just a Ming Wei garrison general. How dare he send a small merchant like you to try to bribe us with some money and ask us to withdraw? What a joke! Jing Yan quickly said, Great Yi Yunbao, please don't be angry. You've misunderstood. That General Yi Yunbao is just a Ming Wei garrison general. How would he dare to negotiate peace with you on behalf of the imperial court? According to General Yi Yunbao, he wants to live and die with the city. Mu En sneered. Is this considered a threat? Alright. Since he has such intentions, let's have a contest. Jing Yan hurriedly said, Great Yi Protector, the garrison of Mingwei is indeed not a lot, but now another 20,000 troops and horses have been transferred from Liangzhou. Relying on the danger to defend, it will not be easy for you to attack, right? Moreover, not only is the Liangzhou garrison general recruiting troops, the imperial court has already sent reinforcements and they're on the way. What was the point of two armies fighting to the death? Isn't it for benefits? Hee, I might have been too direct with my words, but I'm a merchant. Merchants only care about profits, and they only care about profit. Although this is a war between two countries, it's still a struggle for profit. You're no different from us merchants. Jing Yan talked incessantly while the interpreter translated every sentence. Hearing this, Mu Si couldn't help but feel a little moved. To be honest, the pasture in Heshi Longyu was not as plentiful as the Turkic grasslands. They attacked Heshi Longyu for wealth, but their long-term goal was to use it as a stepping stone to covet the colorful world of the Central Plains. Now that Gu Gulu was gravely ill, it was impossible for them to take the Central Plains at this time. With the current strength of the Tang Empire, they could not do this. Therefore, the purpose of this expedition was to win and plunder. They had attacked Longyu in the past but did not manage to gain a foothold. In fact, the main purpose of these grassland tribes was to seek wealth most of the time. Unless the Central Plains weakened and there was a possibility of occupying it, they would not have the determination to start a war with the purpose of occupying it. Thinking of this, Mu Si coughed and gave Mu En a look. Mu En saw his expression and softened his tone. He asked Jing Yan, How much compensation are you willing to pay to make up for the losses of this great Yi Protector General? Jing Yan was overjoyed and quickly said a number. It was about the amount of gold, silver, iron, silk, porcelain, cattle, sheep, and cloth. If this number was used on a family or even a tribe, it would be extremely shocking. But for the Turkic army of 100,000, there was not much left for everyone. Mu En was enraged and shouted, Preposterous! Are you trying to appease this great Yi Protector General? There is no sincerity at all. You want this great Yi Protector General to retreat with such a small amount of wealth? Jing Yan's face was full of bitterness. He said, Great Yi Protector, this much wealth was pooled together by the merchants of the western regions. If Great Yi Protector General agrees, it will be a fruitful return. If you don't agree, you may not be able to take down the Ming Wei garrison. If you can't take it down, won't you get nothing? I heard that Kongulu is seriously ill. At this time, your country will not have the heart to prolong the war? If we continue to fight, there is no benefit for both sides. Instead of fighting to the point where both sides are injured, why not take a step back? Quit while you're ahead and stop here. Is Special Agent Mu Si here? Why not discuss this with Special Agent Mu Si? I am Mu Si. Musi took a step forward, and his ghostly, hoarse voice startled Jing Yan and the translator. Seeing this, Musi felt a sense of bitterness and irritation in his heart, but he had to endure the voice that even he himself could not endure. He continued to express his opinion, If you want us to retreat, that's fine. But you have to show enough sincerity. If you pay 4 times the amount you mentioned just now, we will retreat immediately. Otherwise, when the city is breached and the army enters, you will have nothing." When Jing Yan heard this, he immediately poured out his grievances. Mu Si sneered and interrupted him. "Forget it! You merchants are the most cunning. Do you want to lose money to avoid disaster or lose both? Think about it yourself." After a round of discussion, there was no result. Jing Yan could only smile bitterly. "To tell you the truth, we originally estimated that we would need twice as much as this. Now, such a large amount, I really can't make the decision alone. I hope Great Yi Protector General and Special Agent can give me a few days to discuss with everyone." Muen sneered. "Sure. You can go back and discuss, but we will continue to attack the city. If you don't come to a conclusion before we enter the city, then you don't need to discuss anymore." Muen and Mu Si laughed at the same time. One's voice was loud and the other low and hoarse. When mixed together, it was like using a handful of sand to grind a cymbal. It was as unpleasant as it could be. Jing Yan led his people and left dejectedly. The Ming Wei garrison saw their messengers coming and quickly put down the hanging basket. There were only 2 hanging baskets, so they had to go up separately. Jing Yan stepped into the hanging basket and turned his head to the translator, who had entered the other hanging basket. "Mu Si is indeed able to speak. Can you hear his voice clearly?" The translator grinned at him. He was obviously a skinny man with a dark face, but he had the mischievous charm of a girl. "Yes, the clothes, the voice, the tone, everything is clear." His voice was exactly the same as Mu Si's. The rope on top of the city wall swayed, and a snowflake fell down and hit Jing Yan's neck. Hearing this ghost-like weeping sound, Jing Yan couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 278. After another day of fierce fighting, Lu Bugu returned to his tent, took off his heavy leather armor, and threw it on the edge of the bed. He sat down on the blanket and let out a long sigh. His personal guard brought in food. A plate of steaming hot chunks of mutton, still dripping with blood, and dried vegetables stewed with blood sausage. There was also a stack of biscuits and a pot of steamed horse milk wine. Lu Bugu took a knife from his waist and began to cut the juicy mutton, a hint of worry on his brow. He was the chief of the Khitan tribe, the strongest of the Khitan tribes, with more than 10,000 young warriors under his command. When he had submitted to the Turks, both the Ashina and Ashid tribes had tried to recruit him. Later on, because the Ashid tribe had offered him even greater conditions, such as a large and fertile steppe, Lu Bugu had sworn his loyalty to Zhu Tuesday. Lu Bugu was worried because his tribe had been the main attacker today and had suffered far too many casualties. Lu Bugu had just returned from inspecting the camp and inspecting the losses. The heavy casualties made him very uneasy, so he decided to report the losses to Zhu Tu tomorrow morning and request that his tribe be used as a supporting force. Zhu Tu had always been generous to him, so he was confident that Zhu Tu would agree to his request. At the same time, on the rocky mountain between the Ashina and Ashina tribes, several thick ropes were noiselessly hanging down. Several figures climbed the ropes and slid down the steep rock face, which was as smooth as a mirror covered with ice. By himself, Lu Bugu ate a large plate of mutton and a pouch of horse milk wine. Somewhat tipsy, he lay down on the couch. He had just pulled the wool blanket over his body when his personal guard lifted the curtain and walked in. In a low voice, he said, "Lu Bugu, Lu Bugu." Although Lu Bugu was the chief, his tribe did not have a strict hierarchy, so his subordinates were used to calling him by his name. Lu Bugu had just begun to feel sleepy, but when he heard the call, he immediately sat up and habitually reached for his saber, shouting, "What is it?" The personal guard whispered, "Special Agent Mu Si has arrived and wants to see you." Lu Bugu woke up and composed himself. Flabbergasted, he asked, "Mu Si? Where is he?" The personal guard said, "Just outside the camp. He said he has a secret matter to discuss with you. Do you want to see him? Lu Bugu thought, Mu Si wants to see me? In the past, there was no harm in meeting him, but now Ashina and Ashid are like enemies. If I meet him and Zhu Tu finds out, he will definitely think that I am betraying the Ashid tribe. It is better not to meet him. Lu Bugu rolled his eyes for a while, then waved his hand and said, No. If he has anything to say, he can come to Protector Zhu Tui's tent tomorrow to discuss it. The guard said in a low voice, Mu Si said that this matter concerns the future of our tribe, so she wants you to meet her. Lu Bugu pondered for a moment, then ordered, Call him in, I want to see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. The bodyguard replied. He refused to enter the camp. There are Zhu Tui's men patrolling the perimeter from time to time. He was worried that it would not be easy to get out after coming in. He said that you can come and go as you please, so he wanted to invite you to meet him outside the camp. What is this kid trying to do? Lu Bugu muttered to himself as he raised his saber and ordered the bodyguard, Call a few people and follow me outside. Since they were right next to his camp, Lu Bugu was not worried that Mu Si would plot something, not to mention that he had no enmity with Mu Si. When Lu Bugu walked out of the camp, the top of the city wall was brightly lit with torches. The tribe responsible for the night battle was attacking the city. Although Lu Bugu's tribe was stationed at the back, the battle cries could still be heard clearly. Lu Bugu left the camp area with more than 10 bodyguard. After walking for more than 1 li, he saw 4 people standing at the foot of a mound in front of them. As soon as they saw them, one of them quickly walked over to greet them. Lu Bugu stopped in his tracks, and the person walked in front of him. The person cupped his fists and said, My clan's special forces have been waiting for a long time. Great leader Lu Bugu, please. Lu Bugu turned his head to look. The mound was constantly rising and falling, some high and some low. From here, he could no longer see the situation at the camp. He waved his hand, telling the bodyguards to stay behind. He only brought 2 bodyguards with him and walked over. When he was about 2 zhang away from the 4 people, he stopped and cautiously sized them up. The person in front of him was indeed Mu Si. Today's moon was very round. It was probably just after the Shangyuan festival. The bright moonlight shone on the earth, and the light from the snow increased its brightness. He could clearly see the person's appearance. Sure enough, it was Mu Si. On each side of Mu Si stood a saber-wielding warrior. They seemed to want to stop him from approaching, but seeing that he had already stood still, the 2 of them retreated. Behind Mu Si stood another person. His figure was slightly thinner, and his back was facing them. From time to time, he would look left and right, appearing to be very cautious. Lu Bugu stood still and cautiously asked, Special Agent Mu Si, why have you called me out in the middle of the night? Yang Fan, who was disguised as Mu Si, smiled at him. His hoarse and rough voice rang out, Lu Bugu, I have come on my father's orders. Lu Bugu involuntarily cried out, Lord Moshe's orders? Could it be that he is here? His voice paused, and Lu Bugu looked at Yang Fan, his expression becoming even more cautious. You are saying that before we set off, Lord Moshe told you that he wanted to meet with me? That's right. The guard behind Yang Fan looked around. His figure flickered, and his finger lightly tapped on Yang Fan's buttocks. He opened his mouth and said, Before we set off, my father told Mu Si that the time was not right and that he could not invite you for a discussion. Today, I received a message from my father on horseback, which is why I invited you out. As soon as his finger touched Yang Fan's buttocks, Yang Fan's mouth immediately opened and closed. Only the 2 guards on his left and right knew that from beginning to end, he had not made a single sound. But because Mu Si's throat was injured, he had to expend a great deal of energy to speak. The movements of his face were rather strange, and his voice was low, unpleasant, and erratic. Thus, when the guard behind Yang Fan spoke for him, Lu Bugu was able to see nothing wrong with Yang Fan's expression or the shape of his mouth. Lu Bugu, when you submitted to the Turks, my father regarded you with great importance, and he completely agreed to any request you made. But at the time, my uncle was the one making the decisions, and if he didn't agree, my father couldn't do anything. In the end, you defected to Zhu too, which my father deeply regretted. Of course, there's nothing wrong with your choice. Our conditions weren't as good as theirs, so you naturally had to consider your own tribe. But it's different now, haha, so I hope that you can reconsider and make a choice between Ashina and Ashina. Lu Bugu's expression flickered. What he was concerned about was that, it's different now. What was different now? Lu Bugu nervously asked. Special Attendant Mu Si, what do you mean by it's different now? Yang Fan calmed down and looked at him, a mysterious smile on his face. In truth, the one speaking was Tin Ano, and Tin Ano had to respond to the question. Before she could think of what to say, Yang Fan couldn't open his mouth, so he could only put on a mysterious expression and let the other figure it out for himself. Alas, Lu Bugu wasn't a very smart person. He couldn't guess what Yang Fan wanted to say based on that Mona Lisa's smile. Seeing that Yang Fan had stopped speaking, Lu Bugu impatiently wanted to ask again. Tin Ano pretended to look left and right, and with a slight twist of his body, his finger quickly tapped Yang Fan's buttock. Yang Fan immediately opened his mouth. The meeting between the two groups on the sand dune only lasted for a little over an hour before both sides separated and went their separate ways. Lu Bugu walked with a heavy heart. From time to time, he would stop to look at the backs of Mu Si and the others. When he was about to reach his own camp, he turned around and could no longer see Mu Si and the others. In the distance, several dozen riders on horseback were rushing over with torches in their hands. They were the sentries sent by Zhu Tu to patrol the night. They raised their torches high, and when they saw that it was Lu Bugu standing there, they greeted him and loudly asked, "Lord Lu Bugu, why haven't you rested yet?" Lu Bugu casually replied, "Oh, too many of my brothers died today. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." The patrolling riders comforted him a little, then urged their horses to continue forward, circling the entire camp. Lu Bugu gazed at the receding figures of those people and ordered in a deep voice, "Call Shi Ning, Wadagai, Sa Buan, and Delago to my tent. I have something to discuss with them. Hurry!" Yang Fan's group of 4 pretended to walk back, but because they were worried that Lu Bugu would discover that they weren't walking in the direction of the Mun Kingdom's main camp, they could only brace themselves and continue forward. When they could no longer see Lu Bugu and the others, the 4 of them immediately stopped, lowered their bodies, and stealthily sneaked toward the rocky mountain. This place was already very close to the Mun Kingdom's main camp, so they had to be extra careful to avoid being seen. The 4 of them quietly snuck to the foot of the rocky mountain. The 4 ropes that they used to descend had already been retracted. Yang Fan took out a crossbow that they had brought with them when they came here and shot an arrow that had been marked long ago. At such a height, only an arrow could shoot up without a sound. After the guards on the wall received the arrow's verification, they were speechless. The 4 ropes slid down the smooth, icy rock wall like snakes. The 4 of them gestured to each other and climbed up the rope. The rock wall was steep to begin with, and after the Turks' invasion, the Tang army splashed water on it, so the rock wall was slippery with a layer of ice. Their feet were almost unable to exert any strength. If they only relied on their hands, even with their skills, Yang Fan and Tin Ano would have to expend a lot of energy. At this moment, there were soldiers pulling them up from above. The 4 of them also used their hands and feet to climb up. On their left and right, 2 arrows' distance away were the 2 mountain passes of Mingwei and Wuan. There was still a fierce battle going on in front of the mountain passes. Fire arrows, meteors, boulders smashing into logs, and the sounds of fighting never stopped. There was a full moon in the sky, quietly shining on the earth, shining on the hustle and bustle there, and also shining on the tranquility here. In between the stillness and movement, the atmosphere was strange. Suddenly, Tin Ano's foot missed a step and she gave a light cry. Her entire body stuck close to the slippery ice surface and swayed towards Yang Fan. When Yang Fan saw this, he was afraid that she would fall off the rope. He quickly used both his feet to catch a piece of protruding ice surface, and with one hand holding onto the rope, he stretched out the other hand to support her and help her to stabilize her body. Yang Fan's support was right on her manhood. Even though there was a layer of leather robe between them, but the wonderful feeling of fullness, firmness and softness was instantly transmitted to his heart through his palm. Probably because he had completed his mission and was about to return safely, he was in a particularly relaxed and excited mood. Yang Fan could not help but use his arms to exert strength and climbed up to the same height as Tin Ano. He moved closer to her ear and said with a light laugh, "Not bad, very soft." As soon as these words came out of his mouth, he was filled with regret. Damn it! Why can't this mouth control the door again? Unexpectedly, when Tin Ano heard his words, she was not as shy as before. Instead, she glanced at him with a smile yet not a smile and said, "You are not bad too, very firm." Chapter 279. In front of Mingwei and Wuan, the two cities were filled with soldiers. Cries of killing filled the air, flames soared and black smoke filled the air. Boulders and aragonite stones filled the air and arrows flew back and forth. The Turks attacking the pass not only used boulders and arrows, but also dried cow and horse dung mixed with poisons such as croton and arsenic. After igniting them, they threw them onto the city walls, causing the poisonous smoke to suffocate the eyes and noses of the soldiers. The Tang army guarding the city poured rolling logs, stones, golden liquid and boiling water down as if they were free. The huge ballistae and catapults also continued to throw heavy objects out of the city. Every time a huge stone fell on the ground, a few unlucky Turks would be smashed into meat paste. War was always cruel, and besieging a city was even more so. The defending side had the geographical advantage over the attacking side. Thus, with the 10,000 reinforcements brought by Lu Shirda, the garrison of White Pavilion had a total of 25,000 men. Mingwei and Wuan were impregnable. The casualties of the Turks were several times that of them, but the army of 100,000 could not advance a single step. The commander of the Turks who was besieging the city commanded his soldiers to charge with all their might. He knew that now was not the time to break the city. Everything they were doing now was to whittle down the defending forces, using the lives of their own men and the lives of the enemy to whittle them down. There had originally been 25,000 soldiers in the city, but excluding those who had died or were too injured to fight, there were less than 20,000 who could still fight. Meanwhile, the Turks had suffered 5 times as many casualties. As the commander-in-chief of the Turks, he did not care about these casualties, but as the chiefs of the various tribes, they would feel the pain of every casualty. But they had no way out and could only continue to attack. They could only continue to whittle down the Tang army until the remaining Tang soldiers could no longer defend their castles. They could only charge into the city to steal money, food, cattle, sheep and women. The sacrifice was worth it, and the survivors would enjoy a feast. Suddenly, the bleak sound of a horn came from the rear of the Turkic army in front of Wuan Pass. The Turkic general overseeing the battle heard this horn and couldn't help but frown. The horn continued to sound, and it truly was the order to retreat. Although he was confused, he still immediately ordered the troops to retreat. The Turkic soldiers left behind a pile of mutilated corpses and retreated like the receding tide. The defenders on the walls were perplexed, unable to understand why the Turks had so hastily retreated, but the fact that the enemy had stopped attacking was a blessing in disguise, and they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yi Yunbao, who had been observing the commotion from the top of the boulder mountain, let out a long sigh of relief and looked back at Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, smiled and said, "They've been tricked. Go and prepare." "Here." Yi Yunbao happily agreed. Turning his head to the retreating Turkic camp, he helped Lu Shirda up and began to descend the stone steps. The commotion at the Ashid camp in front of the Wuan garrison attracted the attention of the Mun Kingdom's Protector General. The Mun Kingdom and Muzi hurriedly ordered for the troops to retreat and led hundreds of cavalrymen to the Ashid camp in front of the Wuan garrison. Halt! Who dares to trespass on an important military camp? A Turkic officer stepped forward and raised his hand, blocking their path. Behind him, a row of pikemen pointed their spears at the Turks, aiming their sharp tips at them. Behind the fence, rows of archers had already knocked their arrows and were ready for battle. Mu'en was furious. He lashed out with his whip and roared angrily, "Bastard! You dare to block my horse!" With a slap of the whip, a bloody mark appeared on the officer's face. A stream of blood flowed down his cheek like a snake, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off. He stood tall and said in a loud voice, "Zhu Tu has ordered that no one is allowed to take half a step into my camp. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without question." With that, he fiercely chopped down with his palm, and rows of spearheads and arrows flew toward Mu'en's group, assuming an attacking posture. Mu'en was enraged. He placed his hand on the cold scabbard and coldly said, "Do you want to die? Who dares to act so arrogantly in front of my camp?" An icy voice rang out. Zhu Tu, escorted by more than 100 valiant knights, rushed to the front of the tent, accompanied by Xiao Mumu and Lu Bugu. When Mu'en saw him, he furrowed his brows and angrily said, "Zhu Tu, the battle is in full swing, why are you retreating?" When Mu Si saw that Xiao Mumu had shot his throat, he immediately tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber and gnashed his teeth. His fierce expression was like that of a wolf choosing its prey. When Xiao Mumu saw Mu Si, who had captured his tribe and allowed his men to humiliate his beloved concubine, he also tightly grasped the hilt of his saber. His face was distorted as if he was about to charge forward and risk his life. Zhu Tu, who was riding on his horse, leaned back slightly and said indifferently, "Why are you retreating?" "Retreating? Retreating is bullshit. I want to immediately withdraw my troops." Mu'en was originally a little annoyed and came over to question him, but when he heard Zhu Tu's words, he couldn't help but be shocked and involuntarily cried out, "Retreat? You want to retreat? Who allowed you to retreat? As long as we fight for a few more days, the garrison in the city will be insufficient, and we will definitely be able to take down this pass. You actually want to retreat without authorization?" Zhu Tu held his belly and laughed, "Ha ha! Take down this pass? I'm afraid you want to take down our Ashide tribe's grassland and horse farm?" Mu'en's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhu Tu, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Tu sneered, "Mu'en, don't resort to insinuations in front of an honest person. Do you still need me to explain it clearly? Let's go." Zhu Tu turned his horse and left. Mu'en became anxious and urged his horse to chase after him, but a dozen sharp spears suddenly stopped him. Zhu Tu reined his horse back and sneered, "The Tang army is right in front of the pass. If you are not afraid of being taken advantage of by outsiders, I will fight with you." Mu'en almost fainted from anger. He roared, "Zhu Tu, you bastard, can't you speak more clearly?" Zhu Tu coldly glared at him, stretched out his hand, and heavily patted Lu Bugu's shoulder twice. In a loud voice, he said, "I'll let you know that Lu Bugu and I have sworn a blood oath last night and become brothers." Mu'en's mind was muddled, and he roared, "You King recognized him as your godfather, what does it have to do with me? Let me ask you, why are you retreating?" Zhu Tu let out a long sigh and said to Lu Bugu, "Lu Bugu, if this person doesn't want his face, what can we do with him?" Lu Bugu replied, "Then just treat him as a fart and let him go." Ha 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 ha, the two laughed wantonly and left in an arrogant manner. Mu'en and Mu Si stood outside the Ashid tribe's camp, looking at each other, unable to understand what was going on. The Ashid tribe's vanguard was still on high alert toward the Wuan garrison, but the rear had already begun to dismantle their tents and pack up, preparing to return home. At the commander's residence, a banquet was held. At the table were Lu Shurta, Yi Yunbao, Shin Mu, Yang Fan, and a beautiful girl, Tin Ano. Yi Yunbao was dressed in full military attire, appearing somewhat out of tune with the mood of the banquet. Shin Mu said with a smile, Lu Bugu is from the Khitan tribe, and his pasture is close to Liaodong, adjacent to the Ashid tribe's pasture. After defecting to the Turks, the Ashid tribe gave him a piece of pasture, connecting it with his original territory. His interests are now one with the Ashid tribe, sharing glory and suffering. Right now, even if Moshe offers even better conditions, Lu Bugu isn't likely to stand on his side. Moreover, Zhu Tu has always treated Lu Bugu well, and Lu Bugu has no ambitions. He is a simple, loyal, and hot-blooded man. Betrayal in the face of danger is not something he can do. Thus, I am certain that he will confess everything to Zhu Tu. Lu Shurta stroked his beard and smiled. There's also one more thing. Today's fighting and killing on the steppe will lead to an alliance tomorrow to sue for peace. Lu Bugu's tribe is a large one with an outstanding prestige among the Khitan tribes. If Moshe really does seize the position of Kagan and suppress the Ashid tribe, then Lu Bugu will only be able to appease and recruit him as much as possible, not force him to defect to our court through war. Lu Bugu is no fool, so he must have thought of this as well. He knows that even if he expresses his loyalty to the Ashid tribe, it will not cut off his path of retreat. Thus, his choice to pledge loyalty to the neighboring Ashid tribe is a natural choice. Yi Yunbao heartily laughed and raised his cup. The retreat of the Turks this time was entirely due to Shin Sanlang and Beta Persei. This Yi offers you a cup. Shin Mu raised his cup and said with a smile, Miss Anu has put in a lot of effort. As a woman, she is personally involved in danger. We should give her a toast first. How can General Yi forget about our heroine? You should first punish yourself with a cup and then offer a cup to Lady Anu as an apology. Tin Ano had been listening to their conversation with a smile, but when she heard them bring the topic back to her, she hurriedly waved her hand and said in a ladylike manner, This little girl doesn't have a great capacity for alcohol and can't drink this much. I'll just watch you drink. Yi Yunbao smiled. That's right. It was my negligence. However, the retreat of the Turks is imminent, and I still have to personally lead the troops to pursue them. I really don't dare to drink too much. Right now, I can only offer you a cup of wine. This Yi will offer this cup of wine to the three of you. I'll lead the troops to kill the enemy now. Please. Shin Mu, Yang Fan, and Tin Ano all raised their cups and offered him a cup of wine. Yi Yunbao downed the cup in one gulp and wiped his mouth. He cupped his fists at Lu Shurta and said, Chief Steward, this general will be leaving now. Lu Shurta smiled. A desperate enemy should not be pursued far away. Sha Qi is loyal, and must be anxiously waiting on the mountain, outside the GNC. Leave this fat piece of meat for him to eat. Yi Yunbao loudly replied, This general obeys. With a clatter of armor, Yi Yunbao strode out of the residence, and snatched the reins from his bodyguard. He leaped onto the horse and galloped in the direction of the city gate. Below the city gates, the stones at the top of the gates had already been removed. The 4,000 cavalrymen lined up from the north gate to the south gate, leaving only a narrow gap in the middle. Outside the city, Mu En and Mu Si were infuriated by Zhu Tu's inexplicable retreat, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hurriedly pack up and follow behind Zhu Tu's army in a panic. Yi Yunbao led a dozen or so riders through the 4,000 elite cavalrymen. When they arrived at the foot of the city, they pulled on the reins, and the horses' front hooves soared into the air. They stood on their hind legs and let out a long neigh. Yi Yunbao unsheathed his sword and sternly shouted, Open the gates! Chase after them! Chapter 280. Jianhai Gorge Mountain. Shachi Zhongyi swung his broadsword, which was as thick and heavy as a door, and cleaved both man and horse in two. Drenched in blood, he savagely grinned and charged at a second Turkic. His bodyguards hurriedly chased after him to prevent any accidents from happening to their general. Pooh! With a single slash, a Turk soldier was cleanly cleaved into two. Leather armor and shields were of no use against such a terrifying saber. The upper half of his body fell off his horse, his hands still tightly gripping the reins as he was dragged away by the horse. The lower half of his body was still on the horse, a terrifying sight to behold. Shachi Zhongyi wiped the blood off his face and roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A person covered in blood brandished a blood saber. His appearance made him look like a blood demon. Shachi Zhongyi was a Chateau man and had a ferocious nature. His ability to deploy troops was not as good as the other famous generals of the Tang dynasty, but he was more than enough to be the vanguard commander. This time, the garrison of Jianhai had gathered together with the reinforcements from various places when the Turks attacked Jianhai, forming a total of 20,000 cavalrymen. They did not have enough war horses, so they transferred them from the Jianhai horse farm and set up an ambush at Gorge Mountain. The two Turkic armies, Zhu Tu and Mu En, were in hot pursuit of each other. After a long and arduous journey back to the Khan's court, they were exhausted. They also had to stay on guard against the enemy's night attack, so they were really exhausted. As a result, when they arrived at the Gobi Desert in front of the gorge, the Tang army, who had been waiting for a long time, poured out of the gorge and cut the dragon-like Turkic army in half. The Tang army charged forward invincibly, breaking through the middle and quickly expanding to the flanks. The Turk army belonged to the two camps that were at odds with each other, and the entire formation stretched for dozens of li. Their formation was extremely loose, and there was no effective way to command the three armies. The 20,000 Tang soldiers were like a pack of wolves charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering without restraint. On this battlefield, the failure of the command system was a fatal blow. The brave and tenacious Turkic warriors were thrown into disarray and could only fight their own battles. On the other hand, the morale of the Tang army was greatly boosted. Under the leadership of Sha Qi, they broke through, outflanked, compressed, destroyed, and broke through again. In this manner, the Turks continued to nibble away at the Turkic army. The enemy was no longer able to form an effective counterattack. Now, it was just a matter of how much strength the Tang army had and how many people they could kill. Less than 80,000 of the 100,000 Turkic soldiers had returned, and after the Battle of Shiko Mountain, only 60,000 managed to escape back to the Turkic steppe. It wasn't that Mu En and Zhu Tu were too careless. It was because they were on guard against each other. Even if they were prepared for the Tang army's sneak attack, they wouldn't be able to do much. Moreover, the Tang army at the frontier fortress had always been on the defensive and had never taken the initiative to attack the invading enemies. Now that the impossible had suddenly become possible, they were bound to suffer a loss. The remnants of Zhu Tu and Mu En's armies chased each other and fled to the Khan's court. In the end, the Khan's court was calm and peaceful. Although Khan Gu Dulu was critically ill, he was still breathing. Moci had not ascended to the throne, and there was no internal strife between the tribes. Thus, a war of words began again. Mu En accused Zhu Tu of cowardice and retreating on his own. Zhu Tu accused Mu Si of winning over his subordinates and spreading false news of Moci ascending to the throne. Mu Si could defend himself, but he could only complain of being wronged. Finally, some smart people figured out that there might be someone who looked like Mu Si, so he pretended to be Mu Si and provoked a war between the tribes of the steppe. But when this theory was brought up, it was sneered at and condemned as absurd. Then, Xiao Mu Mu brought up the old case of Mu Si abducting his tribe to continue his condemnation. Gugula was really dead. He was seriously ill, and he had died of anger. Thus, the tribes that were quarreling and cursing each other had an even more important topic: who would inherit the throne. At this critical moment, in order to win over the hearts of the people, Moto had no choice but to punish his son who had been complaining of being wronged. regardless of whether Mu Si was the culprit who had abducted the Ashid tribes, or whether he had really spread false news of the Khan's death. Moci decisively punished him by tattooing his face and sent him to the North Sea to herd sheep. Mu Si and Mu Hue's marriage naturally fell through. Almost immediately, Moci remarried Mu En and betrothed Mu Hue to his other son, Ashina Yaju. According to the marriage customs of the Turks, after the death of one's father, elder brother, or uncle, the son could take all the other stepmothers, aunts, and sisters-in-law as his women, so it truly wasn't a big deal for one to be married off to another son. Then Moci urgently married the cousin of the Ashid tribe's great Yehudajutu and promised that once he became Khan, he would immediately make her the Khatun, empress, in order to win the support of the Ashid tribe. Moci's sons were also fighting for support everywhere, but unfortunately, they were not united. Everyone wanted to fight for the position of Khan, so their strength was scattered and Moci defeated them one by one. But if Moci wanted to obtain the final victory and unify the strength of the tribes of the steppe, it would still take a long time. The storm on the steppe could not be calmed for a while. After the Turks retreated, the Ming Wei garrison regained its former peace and tranquility. Those who had fled with the old and the young returned to their hometowns, and the small town became lively once more. Tin Ano walked alone through the streets, choosing a belt in front of a shop that had become prosperous again. Yesterday, she had found that Yang Fan's belt was so worn out that the edges were frayed. Today, when she was strolling around, she happened to see all kinds of leather belts for sale and wanted to help Yang Fan choose one. Just as she was carefully choosing, a person suddenly appeared beside her. The vigilance that Tin Ano had developed since she was a child had not disappeared. That person's sudden approach did not seem like a normal passerby looking at goods. Her hand immediately tightened around the sword at her waist, but when she turned around and saw that person's appearance, she couldn't help but be stunned. That person was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His appearance was very ordinary, and it was hard to tell what kind of physical characteristics he had at a glance. He was wearing an ordinary Han robe with a slanted collar and his hands held behind his back. He looked with a smile at the various belts on the stall and then at Tin Ano before turning and leisurely walking away. Tin Ano's face was somewhat pale. She bit her lip and followed behind that person. In an alleyway, two people stood still. The sun shone warmly on their bodies, and the icicles hanging from the walls were dripping with water. Spring had come. "Situ Liang, why are you here? After you arrived in Longyu, there was no news of you for a long time. Young master was very worried and sent 10 people to investigate your whereabouts. I am just the luckiest one among them. Young master is looking for me." "That's right. Since you are fine, young master must be very happy. Come back with me now. The task that young master gave me hasn't been completed yet. Shen Mu is in this city, do you know that?" "Of course I know. The two Jew have already retreated and he has so many things to do. How long will he stay here for?" "He will return to Chang'an very soon, and once he returns to Chang'an, you won't have anything to investigate anymore. You should immediately return to Hua Mountain with me." Okay then, I still have some things in the inn," Situ Liang said in a carefree manner. "What important things can there be here? There's no need to take them." Tin Ano's eyebrows slightly twitched and said, "What if it's related to the task that young master gave me?" Situ Liang muttered to himself for a moment and smiled. "Okay. I'll go with you." In the inn, Tin Ano carried a small bag and said to Situ Liang, "Let's go." The two of them had just walked out of the door when Tin Ano suddenly said, Wait a moment, let me wash my face first." She handed the bag to her disciple and returned to her room. She opened the door wide and washed her face in a basin by the wall. After wiping it clean, she walked out and smiled sweetly at the impatient Situ Liang, saying, "Let's go." Yang Fan and Shin Mu were in the same carriage, and were happily rushing back to the inn. They had already received news of the great victory at Juyansi. As for the storm that had happened in the Turkic Khaganate, they still didn't know. Shinmu smiled and said, "This crisis has finally been resolved. I have stayed in the western regions long enough and will return to Chang'an in a few days. Zhang Yi has already escorted Yi An to Huang River. I will have him send people to protect you and escort this important witness back to Luoyang. I have already arranged things in Luoyang. You only need to follow our previous agreement. When you need help, there will naturally be people to help you." Yang Fan replied with a smile. Shinmu glanced at him and said, "I see that you are very close to Miss Anu. She is someone by young Master Zhang's side. What do you plan to do?" Yang Fan's smile disappeared and he rubbed his forehead with a headache. Shinmu smiled and said, "Haha, I really like to help people achieve their goals. Do you want me to help you?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "It's not like that, it's really, to tell you the truth, Brother Shun, this little brother already has a good woman in Luojing." Shenmu disapprovingly said, "It is not a big deal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You have returned to the capital this time. Based on your contributions, the position of a general is guaranteed. So what if you have another wife?" Yang Fan hesitated and shook his head, saying, "That girl's status is really, forget it. I don't want to wrong Anu. There are many good men in the world. When men and women depend on each other, they will naturally fall in love with each other. If they separate after some time, her feelings will naturally fade." Shinmu was surprised and said, "Oh? That girl you have a good relationship with in the capital has a high status? Haha, Erlang is really good. I didn't notice at all. But in this case, it is indeed not good to be entangled with Miss Anu. She is a good woman. Being a concubine will inevitably wrong her, and she may not be willing to be a concubine. Looking at you, you seem to love that girl in Luojing very much. If she doesn't want you to take a concubine, I think you may not be willing to go against her wishes." Outside the window, there was a recruitment sign hanging on the corner of the street. Many soldiers at Mingwei garrison had died in battle and needed to be replenished. The Tang dynasty's official military system had gradually collapsed since the reign of Emperor Gaozong. Due to the situation, the frontier regions had now begun to adopt the recruitment system. Shinmu pointed to the queue of people signing up for the army and said with deep emotion, "Our dynasty's law states that a man must get married at 20. The recruitment is also at 20 years old. What does this mean? It means that being a husband is not easier than killing, living is not easier than fighting a war, women are not easier to deal with than the enemy. If the 2 girls are equally outstanding, it is better for you to only choose one, otherwise you will have a headache, a headache." Chapter 281. Anu. Yang Fan stood in front of Tin Ano's door and called out. The room was quiet and there was no response. Yang Fan knocked on the door again, and the door opened. He then walked in leisurely. Every day when he came back, Yang Fan would look for Tin Ano and talk to her. It had become a habit. Today, he especially wanted to talk to Tin Ano. Tin Ano had already expressed her feelings for him so clearly. Since he was about to return to the capital, he felt that it was necessary to confess to Anu. Yang Fan walked in. The room was empty. Yang Fan knew that Tin Ano would go out alone to buy some trinkets when she had nothing to do. It was probably the same today, so he sat down by the bed. His hand touched the neatly folded bedding, and he couldn't help but smile when he thought of the embarrassing incident where he took over her room when he was drunk. His gaze slowly swept across the room and scanned through the things in the room. Yang Fan gradually felt that something was wrong. The trinkets she bought on the street were originally placed on the table. Now the table was empty. Did she put them all away? An ominous premonition flashed through Yang Fan's heart. He stood up and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he saw the wall above the basin and suddenly stopped. On the snow-white wall, there were a few very clear marks. Due to the slanted light, he could see them clearly. It was a line of handwriting carved with fingernails. The handwriting was very deep, but the strokes were a bit messy. Your servant has urgent matters to attend to. I will leave first. I will see you again in Luoyang. Yang Fan rushed out of the room and stood in the courtyard. He called out loudly, Yi Xiaoyu, Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu's name sounded young, but he was very old. In just a moment, Yi Xiaoyu, a courier with wrinkles all over his face, rolled up his sleeves and hurriedly ran over. When he saw that it was Yang Fan calling him, he quickly greeted, Erlang, what's the matter? He knew very well that this Beta Persei man was the favorite of their general Yi Zhong. Yang Fan asked, Where is Miss Anu? Yi Xiaoyu blinked his eyes and said, Oh, Miss Anu went shopping at noon, is she not back yet? I didn't notice. Shen Mu heard the noise and walked out. When he saw Yang Fan's expression, he asked, What happened? Bringing Shen Mu to Tin Ano's room, Yang Fan showed him the words on the wall and worriedly asked, Why is she in such a hurry? He didn't even say that he had no other skills? Why did she have to be so secretive? She didn't even know about the inn? Did she leave on her own or did she leave with someone else? The more Yang Fan spoke, the more confused he became. He was afraid that something might have happened to Tin Ano. Shen Mu's eyes flickered and he could vaguely guess what happened. In fact, ever since he knew that Tin Ano was here and that she had appeared in the Tuju, the vigilant Shen Mu already knew that young Master Jiang was suspicious of him. Miss Anu was young Master Jiang's personal maid and the person that young Master Jiang trusted the most. It was highly possible that she came to Longyu for him. From then on, Shen Mu ordered his men to take action secretly and started to erase all evidence that could be investigated. It could be said that even if Yang Fan betrayed young Master Jiang and became young Master Jiang's witness, young Master Jiang would not be able to find any concrete evidence of him, expanding his influence in Longyu. Without evidence, he could not ask the elders of the family to help him. If it was just young Master Jiang who wanted to deal with him, he was not afraid. Since Tin Ano left these words, it meant that she had no choice but to leave. However, she was free to do so. Therefore, the only person who could force her to leave was young Master Jiang. Tin Ano had left for Longyu for more than 3 months, and there was no news of her. Young Master Jiang must have sent someone to look for her again. Thinking of this, Shen Mu said to Yang Fan, Don't worry. Looking at these words, Miss Anu should not be in danger. If I am not wrong, it should be because there has been no news of her for a long time. Young Master Jiang was worried and sent someone to look for her. Shen Mu paused and smiled. Miss Anu naturally could not tell others that she is with you now. She could only leave with the person who is looking for her. Don't worry. Didn't she also say that she will look for you in Luoyang if there is a chance? This means that she is free. Shen Mu's words made Yang Fan feel a little more at ease. However, when he thought of how Tin Ano left without saying goodbye, he still could not be at ease. A promise is not taken lightly, so people will not betray me. A promise is not taken lightly, so I will not betray anyone. As for him, did he make a promise to Anu? If he made a promise, did he betray her? If he did not make a promise, did he not betray her? Should he chase after her? The person who took her away was most likely young Master Jiang's men, as Shen Mu said. What should he say after he caught up? What should he say? Shen Mu saw him pacing back and forth in the room like an ant on a hot pan. She couldn't help but sigh. I knew it. You're just a person who eats from the bowl while looking at the pot. You say no, but you still can't let go of her in your heart. Yang Fan did not say anything and continued to work in the room. Shen Mu said self-deprecatingly, That's true. Why would I laugh at you? I am also like this. Sigh, this woman, either you don't touch her or once you touch her, it is not that easy to let go. Yang Fan continued to wander around the room until Shen Mu was dazzled. Shen Mu could not help but say, I say, if you really can't let go, then just marry her. Just say marry her and I will help you snatch her away. Why are you pacing around like this? Are you still a man? Don't be afraid that the one in Luoyang will be unhappy. After all, the one in charge should be us men, right? Why are you afraid of her? Does this world belong to men or women? Yang Fan glanced at him and said in a muffled voice, "This world belongs to the Empress." Shin Mu was stunned and said embarrassedly, "This was purely an accident." Yang Fan ignored him and turned to the side of the bed and sat down dejectedly. Shin Mu glanced at him and asked, "Then do you want to chase after her or not? If you want to chase after her, I can help you." Yang Fan opened his mouth and almost blurted out the word chase, but when it reached his throat, he forcefully held it back. Chase? What should I do after I catch up? What promise can I give her? He did not know what Wanner was thinking. Yang Fan lowered his head and thought for a while. He slowly shook his head and said bitterly, "Forget it. What has to go, will go eventually. It's good that she left." Shin Mu looked at his sad face and could not help but raise his head and let out a long sigh. "Chi-Chi, when will you be willing to leave?" Spring had come, and the trees were full of peach blossoms. Wanner sat by the window with her hand resting on her cheek. She stared at the peach blossoms in the courtyard, and her mind had already drifted to the west. That enemy said he would come back when the plum blossoms were in full bloom. Now that the peach blossoms are in full bloom, where are you? I just want to send you a letter to express my longing for you, but I don't even know where to send it. Wanner sighed and spread out a 3-foot-long piece of paper. She used a paperweight to press the two sides of the paper, and picked up the brush. She thought for a while and wrote 3 big words on the right side of the paper: resentment of colorful books. Xiao Man leaned over and said happily, waiting for an imperial edict, "Are you going to write a poem?" Wanner gently nodded. She and Xiao Man were 2 people. One of them missed her lover who was far away in a foreign land. For the sake of fame and a bright future for both of them, one of them missed her elder brother, whose life and death were unknown. Others who did not have the same experience would not be able to understand this kind of longing. But for the 2 of them, talking to each other resonated with each other. Therefore, they had become bosom friends and were like sisters. When Xiao Man was not on duty, she liked to come to sit for a while and listen to her play the zither and recite poems. Wanner gave her a different feeling compared to Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and other close friends. Here, she could often find peace of mind. Wanner dipped the brush in ink and wrote, "Flowers bloom in Luoyang Palace, thinking of you for thousands of miles. The fragrance of dew is cold, and the moon is empty. I want to play the music of the East Plain, and I am greedy for the book of the West. There is no other meaning in the book, only sorrow." Wanner had not finished writing when a palace maid's voice suddenly came from the courtyard, "Your servant greets your highness." Wanner raised her head and looked out the window. She saw Princess Taiping walking slowly into the courtyard. In a moment she passed through the courtyard, opened the door and walked in. Although these few months, Taiping began to be interested in making friends with the nobles in the court, and Wanner had less opportunities to play and chat with them, but the 2 of them used to be very close. Besides, they were both women, and there were no restrictions on entering and exiting, so they did not even knock on the door. When Wanner saw that she actually pushed the door open and walked in, she could not help but be shocked. Taiping was intelligent and talented. This poem had time, place, and the whereabouts of the person she was thinking about. If she saw it, she would know that it was a portrayal of her current mood. The person she was complaining about was herself, and the person she was thinking about was in Longyu. Wanner panicked and hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to be focused, and did not notice her arrival. Taiping entered the room. Xiao Man hurriedly bowed and said, "Xiao Man greets your highness." Princess Taiping smiled and waved her hand. She floated to the side of the table. When she lowered her head to look, Wanner had already erased the words, "Luoyang Palace, Book of the Western Regions," in the poem, which clearly showed that she was the person she was complaining about and the whereabouts of the person she was thinking about. Taiping said, "Resentment of the colored book? Wanner is composing a poem?" "The princess is here." Wanner was deep in thought and did not notice. Shanghai Wan pretended to be surprised. Taiping sat down next to her and said, "You and I have not talked for many days. Today I have some free time, so I came to see you. What are you writing? Let me see." Shanghai Wan smiled and said, "I have nothing to do, so I imitated the resentment of the palace poem to pass the time. It's just that Wan does not have this kind of state of mind, so I can't imitate it. I have made a fool of myself." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "You grew up in the palace, so you do not know the matters between a man and a woman. If you want to imitate the resentment of a woman who is thinking about her husband, how can you learn it? I see that when you write poems, you always write them in one stroke. This is the first time. It's written very well. Let me see." Princess Taiping's eyes flashed. She carefully read the resentment of the colored book, that was hastily changed. Her heart was filled with suspicion. Chapter 282. Princess Taiping stared at the poem, her pair of charming eyes slightly narrowed. Shanghai Wan was sitting on the side, quietly looking at her expression. She felt uneasy. Princess Taiping looked at it for a long time. She chuckled and said, "This wanting to play the song of Dong Yuan, greedy for the book of Ji Bei, doesn't seem to match well. It would be better if it was changed to Jiangnan's song." Shangguan Wan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, that's right. Jiangnan's song is also an ancient song. It's more suitable for this book of Ji Bei." She picked up the brush and ticked off the song of Dong Yuan and wrote Jiangnan's song next to it. Princess Taiping smiled faintly and said, "This line of yours, under the leaves, at the beginning of Dongting, it doesn't match the current situation." Shanghai Wan smiled and said, "That's okay. I just said that I had nothing to do, so I casually scribbled a few strokes of the poem Palace Resentment. It's not a suitable work for the current situation. In Chu Yuan's Lady Xiang, it says, 'The autumn wind curls up under the leaves of the trees in Dongting.' The artistic conception is quite similar to resentment, so I used it. Princess, please don't laugh at me." Princess Taiping smiled and put down the poem. Then she chatted with Shanghai Wan about something else. Shanghai Wan saw that Princess Taiping no longer paid attention to the poem. She felt relieved. They chatted for a while, then Princess Taiping got up and took her leave. Shanghai Wan saw her off. When she got back to her room, she gently patted her chest. She was not afraid at all. Princess Taiping left Shanghai Wan's residence and walked out of the Museum of History. The faint smile on her face disappeared like the wind. Her pair of black eyebrows slightly frowned. The suspicion just now floated up in her mind again. Wan was talented in poetry. She did like to write poems. But she was an unmarried girl, so it was a bit strange for her to suddenly imitate others and write a poem of maiden resentment. Furthermore, with Wan's poetic talent, it could be said that her words were eloquent. When had she ever seen her scribble on a poem for a long time, especially when she made the mistake of Song of the East Plains and Book of the North of Ji? Princess Taiping couldn't help but think of the part that Shanghai Wan had altered. If she felt that the original sentence was inappropriate, she could just cross it out. Wasn't the sentence Dong Yuan's song also crossed out? Why did she erase it into a big blob of ink? Could it be that she was trying to hide something? Western region. Judging from the strokes of the two words that were not very clean, they should be from the Western region. Could it be that this girl really had a sweetheart who was far away in the Western region? That's not right. She has been living in the palace for a long time. When did she know a general who was guarding the border? With her talent and knowledge, how could she have taken a fancy to those martial artists? The more Princess Taiping thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. At first she wanted to leave the imperial palace, but as she was thinking along the way, she suddenly changed her route and went to see Wei Tuan. Wei Tuan had now been bought over by her and became her eyes and ears in the imperial palace. But Wei Tuan was insatiably greedy. She had faintly sensed that Wei Tuan was also in collusion with Wu Sanxi's party. She couldn't be trusted and put in an important position. Moreover, when it came to her usefulness in the imperial palace, Wei Tuan-er was obviously not as good as Shanghai Wan. It was just that Princess Taiping knew Shanghai Wan-er's character and knew her position by her mother's side, so she didn't dare to make any moves to rope her in. Now that this abnormality had been discovered, Princess Taiping really wanted to find out whether Shanghai Wan-er really had a sweetheart and whether her sweetheart was in Longyu. If she could find out something and help her, would she still be afraid that she wouldn't be able to use her? Yang Fan returned to the capital. The memorial requesting for his merit had already reached Luoyang. The memorial reached Shanghai Wan-er first. When Wan-er got the news of her sweetheart, she was happy at first, but when she read the content of the memorial, she was even more happy. When Wu Zetian was about to leave the court, she put the memorial on the top. Wu Zetian was also overjoyed when she read the memorial. This was something worth flaunting after she ascended to the throne. It was a very glorious matter, and the person who made the greatest contribution came from the Featherwood Guard, from the 100 steeds, from her personal guards of the Emperor. This made her especially happy. The news spread quickly. Wu Yi of the Yulin Guard and Xue Huai of the White Horse Temple were very happy. Yang Fan was one of the 100 cavalry, and he was Wu Yi's direct subordinate. Xue Huai was also happy that he had such an outstanding disciple. Princess Taiping, of course, also heard the news of Yang Fan's merit. Everyone, the 100 cavalry bodyguards have returned to the capital. They are now waiting outside the Meridian Gate for the decree. Shanghai Wan-er had just left the court and was sitting in Wuqing Hall. She bowed and reported to Wu Zetian. Her face was light and breezy. Very few people could see the faint joy in the corners of her eyes. Gao Ying, who was standing behind Wu Zetian, was suddenly happy. She subconsciously looked to the side. Xiao Man was really happy. Apart from her elder brother, who had disappeared since childhood, Erlang was the man she cared about the most. Wu Zetian said happily, "Oh, they're back? Haha, quickly summon them into the palace. Tell Yang Fan, who made the first contribution, to come see me." Shanghai Wan-er pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Recently the state affairs have been busy. It's rare to see everyone so happy. Seeing everyone happy, Wan-er is also happy. The 100 cavalry has been ordered to go west and have made a great contribution to the stability of the western region. Why don't you let Wan-er go and welcome them on behalf of everyone? It will also show everyone's love for talent." Wu Zetian laughed and said, "Look at your glib tongue. Good, you go and welcome them on behalf of me." Shangguan Wan-er bowed and said in a sweet voice, "Wan-er obeys." Not long after Wan-er left, Wu Zetian and Wei Tuan-er came in one after another. As soon as she saw Wu Zetian's beaming face, Princess Taiping smiled and said, "What happy event did Mother encounter? Why are you so happy?" Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, because of Princess Taiping's marriage, the mother and daughter were quite unhappy. However, after that, Princess Taiping wanted to intervene in politics, so she took the initiative to ease the relationship between her and Wu Zetian. On the surface, the mother and daughter had returned to their former intimacy. Wu Zetian saw her and said with a smile, "It's Lingyu. Come, sit beside Mother." "Haha, yes, Mother is very happy today. The 100 cavalry sent by the court to the western region have returned to the capital. I was about to summon Yang Fan, who made the first contribution." Princess Taiping made an "oh" sound and sat beside Wu Zetian. She looked around and asked casually, "Where is Wan-er? Why is she not beside Mother?" Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Haha, Wan-er understood Mother's desire to seek talents and went to welcome them on behalf of Mother." Princess Taiping slightly frowned and a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Last time when she saw the poem written by Wan-er, Princess Taiping was suspicious and specially asked Wei Tuan-er to investigate the news of Shanghai Wan. Although Wei Tuan-er had eyes and ears everywhere in the palace, The affair between Wan and Yang Fan was something that even Wan most trusted palace eunuchs did not know. How could she find out? However, after a careful investigation by Wei Tuan the men who had a close relationship with Shanghai Wan apart from the scholars in Hongwen Library, was only Yang Fan. In the Tang dynasty, many princesses did not know how to control themselves and had many lovers in private. Under such circumstances, a young and beautiful woman like Shangguan Wan'er, who also had the means and opportunities to interact with men, naturally had many rumors about her, such as rumors of her having an affair with some gifted scholar or scholar. Although the rumors outside were true, Princess Taiping, who was involved, knew that they were all nonsense. Only this Yang Fan, she had never heard Wan talk about him. How could they be so close? At that time, Princess Taiping was already secretly suspicious, but she still did not believe that a talented woman who could weigh the world would really like a martial artist. At this time, when she heard that Shanghai Wan'er had volunteered, Princess Taiping unconsciously thought of the poem, The Resentment of the Colored Palace, and the two words, Western Regions, that were erased by Shanghai Wan'er. The shadow of suspicion crept into her heart. Could it be that Wan'er really likes him? Is there an affair between them? Jealousy was like a poisonous snake, quietly coiling around Li Lingyue's heart. Today, I want to see if there really is an affair between you two. If it really is a pair of adulterous men and women, I will not let you two be happy. Princess Taiping slowly clenched her fists, her nails piercing into her palms. Wan'er led two little palace maids and two little eunuchs, walked briskly to the palace gate, and then suddenly stopped. She calmed herself down a little before walking out of the room. With just one glance, she saw Yang Fan. With just one glance, there was no other person or thing in her eyes. Her eyes slowly became moist. Not seeing him for one day was like 3 years. How long had these days and nights been? This enemy finally came back. Seeing his smiling eyes, Wan'er felt her heart beat faster. Looking at his skinny face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This enemy, he risked his life to fight for me. How much did he suffer in this life and death struggle? Wan'er took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart. Step by step, she walked towards them. When she was in front of them, she stood still and said, "Soldiers, you have worked hard." When the saint heard that you all came back, he was very happy. Soon, he will summon General Wu Yi to reward you according to your achievements. You all should go back and rest. On the day of the reward, maybe the saint will personally receive you. Huang Xuchang and the others were overjoyed, and quickly bowed to thank her. Wan'er glanced at Yang Fan alone, pretending to be calm, and said, "Bodyguard Yang, the saint wants to see you, please come with me." After that, she hurriedly turned around, afraid that if she stayed any longer, her face would show that something was wrong. Huang Xuchang and the others knew that Yang Fan would definitely be promoted. Their eyes were full of eagerness as they looked at him. However, although they were envious, they couldn't be jealous. This credit was obtained by him risking his life. It was already extremely benevolent of him to share some of the credit with them. Yang Fan was the real first credit, and they couldn't take it away even if they wanted to. Yang Fan followed half a step behind Wan'er, and the two of them didn't look around. They both had a stomach full of things to say, but there was a pair of palace maids and a pair of eunuchs behind them, so they could only force themselves to be patient. Yang Fan could still use the corner of his eyes to look at the other's beautiful figure. Wan'er was very close to her lover, but she couldn't even see his figure. How could she be patient? Cough. Bodyguard Yang. Shanghai Wan'er purposely paused her steps and walked shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fan. She casually waved her hand, and the two palace maids and the two eunuchs behind her understood and moved further away. Chapter 283. Shangguan Wan'er tilted her head and whispered, I haven't heard from you since you left. I can't find you, and I don't know any news about you. I'm worried and I miss you. I miss you so much." That voice was full of emotion and it made Yang Fan's heart tremble. He looked up and saw Shanghai Wan Er's charming eyebrows slightly raised. She was staring at him with eyes full of affection. He couldn't help but say, Wan Er, I miss you so much in the western region. No way. Wan Er pouted and said sourly, Don't you have any news about me? You said you would come back when the plum blossoms are in full bloom. Now even the peach blossoms are withered. Humph. I heard that the women in the western region are unrestrained and passionate. I'm afraid you are so happy that you forget about me. How can that be? Yang Fan was complaining about being wronged, but in his mind, Mu Hua and Tian Ai news figure and face suddenly flashed past. These two people had an ill-fated relationship, a strand of love. How could he bear it? He was afraid that Wan Er would see something wrong, so he quickly joked, Wan Er, you have to believe me. I get dizzy even when sitting on a boat. How can I do something like two-timing? Wan Er couldn't help but want to laugh. She glared at him and said lightly, You're lying again. You came back from Nanyang. How can I believe you when you say you get seasick? You only know how to be glib. They flirted with each other in front of other people's eyes. Although it was scary, it was very exciting. After a few words, Wan Er's longing was slightly relieved. The two of them were close to Wuching Hall. Wan Er then stopped talking. When they arrived at Wuching Hall, Wan Er asked him to wait for a while. She entered the hall first and saw Princess Taiping sitting next to Wu Zetian. Wan Er knew that Princess Taiping came frequently recently, so she wasn't surprised. She bowed to Princess Taiping and said to Wu Zetian, Everyone, Yang Fan has arrived. He is waiting outside the door. Wu Zetian said with a smile, Let him in. Shangguan Wan Er bowed and said, Yes. Shangguan Wan Er turned around and called out, His Majesty has an edict to summon Yang Fan. Princess Taiping was sitting at the side. When she saw Wan Er's charm when she came in, her heart was moved. These days Wan Er missed her lover. She always had a lingering melancholy between her eyebrows. Even when she was smiling, there was a faint feeling of loneliness. At this moment, although she tried to keep calm, her radiant expression could not be hidden from Taiping. Yang Fan tidied up his clothes and strode into the hall. He hurried to the front of Wu Zetian and bowed. Your subject Yang Fan greets the sage. The Tang dynasty had a system of etiquette. No matter if it was the officials or the people, they had to call themselves subjects in front of the emperor. Yang Fan naturally knew this rule. Wu Zetian said, Dispense with the formalities. Rise. Thank you, sage. Yang Fan straightened his body and glanced to the side. His eyes met with Shanghai Wan Er and he quickly looked away. He looked to the side of Wu Zetian and saw Princess Taiping. Her eyes were staring at him. Yang Fan could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked at his nose and his heart, bowed and stood there. Even though his and Wan Er's gazes only touched each other for a brief moment, Princess Taiping had been watching their reactions. She was already suspicious. Even if you did not have an affair, you would still be suspicious. Not to mention the affection in their eyes. All of this was seen by Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's heart felt as if it was cut by a knife. It was bloody and painful. I see. I see. I see. I was defeated by Wan Er. I see, the woman he likes is Wan Er. Princess Taiping's hands were tightly clenched in her sleeve. She suppressed her hatred and looked at Wan Er. She saw Shanghai Wan Er's eyes were infatuated with Yang Fan. She did not look away at all. Princess Taiping's delicate body was stiff. She clenched her teeth. She was so angry that her hands and feet were cold. Her ears were ringing. She did not even hear half a word of the conversation between her mother and Yang Fan. When she finally came back to her senses, she heard Wu Zetian say in a low voice, Suddenly Qishir's Wujila. Haha, if he has the ability, then let him show off his abilities. As long as he really has the ability, we will acknowledge him as Khan. What's so great about that? If Huzalo cannot be helped up, then I will help another one. As long as it is beneficial to the great show. Yang Fan bowed his head and said, Sage is wise. Wu Zetian's expression changed. She said pleasantly, Yang Fan, your trip to the west this time has made me proud. Especially when you sneaked into the Tuju, tricked Mu Si, and defeated 100,000 soldiers. Your contributions cannot be buried. I have always rewarded people for their service. How do you want me to reward you? Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat and he almost blurted out, Then please give Wan-er to me. The words were on the tip of his tongue. Shanghai Wan-er saw his expression. She immediately coughed and interrupted, Everyone, Yang Fan is a general. If you want to reward him, you should naturally give him an official position. In Wan-er's opinion, Yang Fan has made such a great contribution. Everyone should give him the position of brigade marshal. Wu Zetian pointed at her and laughed, Stingy. Wan-er, you are too stingy. If it were not for the fact that he is too young and it is not appropriate to give him a heavy responsibility, I think that with his contributions, he should even be rewarded with the position of lieutenant general. Wu Zetian lightly knocked on the table. She muttered to herself for a moment. She raised her eyebrows and said, Yang Fan, I bestow you the position of Left Lieutenant General of the Yulin Guards. Do it well. You are still so young. As long as you work hard for me, your future will be limitless. This was conferring an official position. It was like a decree. Yang Fan had to salute. He knelt down on one knee and performed a military salute. He said respectfully, This subject thanks your majesty. Princess Taiping saw the joy on Shanghai Wan-er's face and became even angrier. She rolled her eyes and suddenly grabbed Wu Zetian's arm. She said in a sweet voice, Mother, you have conferred this position properly. Daughter looks at Yang Fan. He is probably not even 20 years old? Princess Taiping said. She turned to Yang Fan and asked, Guard Yang, how old are you? Yang Fan looked at her. He bowed and said, This one is 19 years old. After my birthday in October, I will be 20. Princess Taiping smiled and said, That's right. At 19 years old, he has already become a lieutenant general. If not for such a great merit, if not for Mother's appreciation, how could it be possible? Since the founding of our dynasty, it seems that there has never been such a young lieutenant general. Wu Zetian was happy. She patted her daughter's arm and said, You can't say it like that. Yang Fan has indeed established a great merit for me. He should be rewarded. It's just that he is still young. If his position is too high, it will not be a good thing. At the very least, his colleagues in the army will inevitably cast sidelong glances at him. They will be jealous and hate him. I am doing this out of love and care for him, so I have wronged him a little. Princess Taiping smiled and said, What Mother said is right. However, since Mother feels that this reward does not match his merit, and because of his age, it is not good for him to be promoted to a higher position, then why not give him some other compensation to show Mother's fairness? As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he immediately became vigilant. He did not believe that Princess Taiping would have good intentions toward him and would help him ask for rewards. Wan-er did not know about the gratitude and resentment between him and Princess Taiping. As soon as she heard what Princess Taiping said, it was exactly what she wanted. If she could help her lover obtain more benefits, she would naturally do her best. She hurriedly said, Princess words are reasonable. Since everyone feels that this reward is somewhat unfair to Yang Fan, why not reward him with some money and silk? Wu Zetian listened to the two of them talking back and forth. She could not help but feel somewhat moved. She muttered, Then what should I reward him with? Silk, cloth, gold and silver utensils, or a house? Princess Taiping covered her mouth and laughed. Mother, these rewards are a bit tacky. Besides, guard Yang. Now he should be called Yang Langjiang. Princess Taiping glanced at Yang Fan. Her gaze was like a knife. Yang Langjiang does not have a family, right? Yang Fan bowed and said, Yes. Princess Taiping smiled like a flower. Yang Langjiang does not have a family. Mother, what is the use of giving him these things? Actually, with his age, he is too young to be a Langjiang. Mother, why not bestow him a wife? He is a man. Once he has a family, he will appear mature. Marriage bestowed by the Son of Heaven is a good story in our dynasty. Yang Fan and Wan were startled at the same time. Yang Fan was about to open his mouth to speak when Wan gave him a stern look and stopped him. Accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. Wan often accompanied the emperor and knew Wu Zetian's temperament. She did not dare to let Yang Fan interrupt at this time. Princess Taiping quickly glanced at Yang Fan and Wan. Seeing their expressions, she sneered in her heart. She was sure that Wan would not dare to tell her mother about her private affairs at this time. Looking at their dumbstruck expressions, an inexplicable pleasure rose in her heart. She turned her head and gave Wei Tuan a look. Although Wei Tuan did not understand why she was so keen to help this newly promoted general choose a wife, she knew that she wanted her to help when she saw the look she gave her. She quickly clapped her hands and said, "Princess is right." Yang Fan performed meritorious deeds in the western region. The Son of Heaven personally bestowed a beautiful wife. This is a good story that will go down in history. A smile appeared on Wu Zetian's face. She slowly nodded and said, Hearing what you said, I really have the interest to be a matchmaker. Haha, speaking of which, I have never been a matchmaker in my life." Wu Zetian looked at Yang Fan with a smile. It was rare for her to show a kind face. "Yang Fan, where are you from? Who are your family members?" Yang Fan received an anxious look from Wan. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer, "Reporting to your majesty, I am from Jiaoji. I work as a farmer for a living. My parents died when I was a child. I have no other relatives in my family." I see. When Wu Zetian heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate. She originally thought that since Yang Fan was a member of the 100 imperial bodyguards, he would be the descendant of a military official. He was from an official's family, so if she gave him a low-level official's daughter, it would be a good match. Now she heard that his hometown was far away in Jiaoji. Moreover, he was from a peasant family. This marriage would not be easy. Princess Taiping glanced at Wan who was pretending to be calm. She smiled and said to Wu Zetian, "Mother, can't you think of a suitable woman to marry Lang General Yang? I have the best candidate here. I just don't know what Mother thinks." Chapter 284. Wu Zetian was surprised and said, "Oh? Daughter has a suitable candidate in mind, quickly tell me." Princess Taiping took another look at Yang Fan, and then her eyes swept past Shanghai Wan-er's face. She saw the two's nervousness in her eyes and was extremely pleased. She was like a cat playing with a mouse under her claws, patiently and slowly said, "Mother, if I remember correctly, Miss Xiaoman is also an orphan with a miserable life." "Xiaoman?" Wu Zetian turned around and looked behind her. Nyonya was worried about Yang Fan and Shangguan Jiejie. She did not expect Princess Taiping to suddenly point the spearhead at her. She could not help but stare in astonishment. Princess Taiping said, "Xiaoman is now Mother's bodyguard female official. Her rank is Due, which is not much lower than Yang Fan's. Whether it is family background, identity, or status, it can be said that they are well matched. Moreover, one belongs to the cavalry and the other belongs to the internal guards. They are both Mother's most trusted guards. Mother, do you think this is a perfect match?" Wei Tuaner immediately clapped her hands and praised. "Wonderful! Wonderful! What the princess said is very reasonable. Why don't we agree that Xiaoman and Yang Fan are a match made in heaven? They look like a perfect match." Nyonyo's small mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. She opened and closed for a long time but could not say a word. Wu Zetian clapped her hands and laughed. "Ha ha! Sure enough, it is indeed so. Well, Xiaoman, you don't need to be shy. A grown girl should get married. With Yang Fan's character, appearance, and official position, he is worthy to be your son-in-law." Everyone, minister, Nyonya was speechless. Wu Zetian only thought that she was a little shy. She laughed and teased her a bit. She then turned to Shanghai Wanner and asked, "Wanner, what do you think?" Wanner almost fainted. She forced herself to stand there. She heard Wu Zetian's voice, which seemed to come from far away. She forced herself to remain calm and replied mechanically, "Everyone is wise. Wanner also feels that the two of them are a perfect match." Yang Fan looked at Wanner in surprise, not understanding why she would say that. Gowing looked at Yang Fan, then at Xiao Mang, and suddenly felt happy. Xiao Mang's life experience was very pitiful. For an illusory elder brother, she never thought about her future. She was strong and fragile. She was strong for her elder brother, but she was also fragile for her elder brother. She had never lived a good day for herself. Erlang was the only man she liked and was close to. If she could marry Erlang, she would have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Presumably, the shadow of her childhood would also gradually fade away. If the emperor hadn't arranged the marriage like this, who knew how long Xiao Mang, this stubborn blockhead, would have tortured herself for her damned elder brother? Thinking of this, Gao Ying's elegant eyebrows slightly curved. Wu Zetian slapped the imperial table and loudly said, "Good! Then it's settled. I will personally arrange the marriage and bestow Xiao Man and Yang Fan as wives. Xiao Man is a female official by my side, and I am the matchmaker for this marriage. Since Yang Fan has no relatives in the capital, I have to be his bride's family. Wanner Twanner, all the wedding necessities will be paid for by the palace treasury. You too, arrange it for them, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Princess Taiping's mouth suddenly flashed a trace of a proud smile. No matter how good a sister is, if her man is stolen by her, can they still be sisters? Humph! Not only will I separate you and Wanner, I will also separate Wanner and Xiao Man, this pair of good sisters. Yang Fan, if you make me unhappy, I will make you unhappy. Shi Guan, Wanner's residence. Wanner used the excuse that she wanted to discuss his marriage with Yang Fan, and took him to her residence. As soon as they entered the room, Yang Fan, who had long been unable to bear it, angrily said, "Wanner, why didn't you let me say it? What do you want to say?" Wanner's face was pale, and she sadly looked at Yang Fan. She said, "I also did not expect that Taiping would make such a mess of matchmaking. But at that time, other than obeying, what else could we say?" Yang Fan wanted to say something, but stopped. He changed the topic and said, "Say what? I will directly tell the emperor that the one I like is you, can't I? Why do you want to stop me?" Wanner sadly shook her head and said, "Erlang, you are so muddle-headed. If you say it, the two of us will be finished." Yang Fan said, "Why? Because my current status is still not good enough for you?" Wanner said, "Everyone values family status. If the family is not right, everyone will not allow it. But everyone's temperament is firm, and they will not tolerate the slightest bit of betrayal and disobedience. If she knew that we had an affair right under her nose, she would immediately issue an order to kill you." Yang Fan said, "Then what should we do now?" Wanner lowered her head and quietly said, "Xiao Man is a good girl. Her character and appearance are not bad. To be able to have her as a wife, it is your good fortune. I heard that she bought a lot of property in the capital. Once she marries you, she will use all of it as a dowry. To you, it is also." Yang Fan listened impatiently. He grabbed her hands and asked, "I am saying, what about me and you?" Wanner raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were very confused. She was clearly looking at Yang Fan, but the focus of her eyes was not on his face. She said, What else can we do? Erlang, this is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Can you refute it? Then what about you?" I will not marry for the rest of my life." As Wanner spoke, 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. Yang Fan said, "Wanner, you are my woman. We swore that we must be together." Wanner held back her tears and said, "Erlang, a marriage bestowed by the emperor cannot be changed. A daughter bestowed by the emperor must be a wife. Wanner can give up her status and only ask to be with you. But will my mother agree? My ancestor was the prime minister of the previous dynasty. The Shangguan family is a rich and powerful family in Guanlong. My ancestor offended the current emperor. Although he was punished for this, and Wanner entered the palace because of this, my family background has not changed. In these years, the Shangguan family has also risen again. Even if you become a general of the Yulin Guard, my mother and the entire Shangguan family will not allow me to marry as a concubine. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "A marriage bestowed by the emperor! A marriage bestowed by the emperor! What is so great about a marriage bestowed by the emperor?" He moved his hand, and Shangguan Wanner threw herself into his embrace. Yang Fan held her slender waist tightly. He stared into her eyes and said in a low voice, "Wanner, remember, you are my woman. You will always be. Our original discussion is still valid. I will work hard. One day, I will obtain a status that is worthy of you. I will let your family, your mother, accept me as a son-in-law." Shangguan Wanner's eyes were blurred with tears. She said slowly, But a marriage bestowed by the emperor." Yang Fan said resolutely, "Wanner is mine, not any other man's. Nor will I stay alone for the rest of my life. If I want a marriage bestowed by the emperor, then Wanner will belong to me. I want the emperor to bestow Wanner to me. If this emperor is not willing to bestow Wanner to me, then I will find someone who is willing to bestow Wanner to me to be the emperor." Shangguan Wanner was aghast and grabbed his hand tightly. She said nervously, "Lang Jun, what are you doing?" Yang Fan said fiercely, "Since you call me Lang Jun, then listen to me obediently. A woman's way is not against the master." Shangguan Wanner said slowly, You're so domineering." Before the word Dao could come out of her mouth, Yang Fan held the back of her head and deeply planted his lips on her little mouth that was wide open. "Sister Xiaoman, congratulations, congratulations." Xie Xiaoman had just left Wuqing Hall. Seeing her coming, Xu Xiaosao came up to her with a smile. Xie Xiaoman's face was full of panic. She answered hastily, Oh, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. Talk to you another day." Gao Ying, who had also just come off duty, followed beside her. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw her bewildered look. "Congratulations, Sister Xiaoman. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoman. You've married a general." Zhou Yuanbao was talking and laughing with the two palace maids. When he saw Xie Xiaoman, he hurriedly ran over. Xie Xiaoman was startled and panicked. How did the news spread so fast? "I still have something to do. Talk to you later." Xie Xiaoman fled. She had only taken a few steps when she turned a corner of the hall and ran into Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao first used his duck-like voice to let out a burst of laughter like a hen laying eggs. Then he congratulated, "Miss Xiaoman, your husband has to congratulate you here. Ha 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 ha. Erlang is a handsome young man. He has a good character and great skills. Now that he has become a general, he is really a good match for you. Ha 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 ha." Eunuch Gao was old and had a certain position in the palace. Xiaoman couldn't just say a few perfunctory words and leave, so she had to bite the bullet and stand still. Eunuch Gao beamed with joy. "It's rare for your husband to encounter such a thing in this palace. Ha 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 ha, a marriage arranged by the emperor, how glorious! How glorious! Ha 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 ha. Both of you are your husband's acquaintances. I will definitely accept this gift. Ha 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 ha." Xie Xiaoman had goosebumps from his laughter. She braced herself and smiled along the way, dealing with the palace maids and eunuchs who congratulated her as soon as they met. It was not easy for her to escape back to the female guards' camp in Jia City. The female guards who were not on duty were gathered together, like dozens of sparrows having a meeting, chattering non-stop. As soon as they saw Buqi come back, dozens of sparrows flew over and surrounded her in the middle, talking all at once. "Little sister Xiaoman, Congratulations on getting yourself a good husband. Sister Xiaoman, you are so amazing. County Captain, I'm so jealous. Some of the bolder ones said something even more shocking. Such a handsome Beta Persei boy, just looking at him makes people want to swallow their saliva. I have been drooling over him for a long time, but I never had the time to make a move. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. I have to call him brother-in-law in the future. How can I make a move on him? Hee, it should be easier for you to make a move on him, right? Sister-in-law is brother-in-law's half-law. Cough, cough, cough. Before she could finish, she was strangled by the neck and let out a series of coughs. Xiaoman's head was about to explode. She begged for mercy in distress. Sisters, Xiaoman's head hurts so much. I want to rest. Let's talk after I rest. Then she fled to her bedroom. The female guards looked at each other. What's wrong with Xiaoman? Gao Ying smiled and said, She's probably too happy, I'll go see her. Chapter 285. When Yang Fan left the Hall of History, his heart was also at a loss. This loss was not directed at his and Wan Er's future. He knew that in front of the Emperor, he would always be a small and lowly character. But as long as he wanted to achieve his goal, he would unswervingly walk down it without any doubt. Back then, when he was still a little child, in order to survive, he could escape thousands of li from Shaozhou to Guangzhou. When he was a little beggar who had no food or clothing, he could bravely take up the responsibility of raising and taking care of his younger sister. He was always optimistic and never depressed. When he returned to Luoyang, even though he knew that he had to fight against those enemies who had no trace of them and who had great power, he had never been depressed. Today, how could he give up on his own woman because of a word from the Emperor? He was at a loss because he didn't know how to face Xiaoman. Xiaoman was a good girl. No matter if it was her character or appearance, there was nothing to pick on. As a woman, she was a military officer and had many properties in the capital. She was even more outstanding than a man like him. He had just made a name for himself. Becoming husband and wife with her was not out of the ordinary. In this day and age, when men and women married, they often only gradually understood each other after they had consummated their marriage. Not to mention large families, even Pasta and Lu Junfan only knew each other and never had a deeper understanding of each other. To be married by the Emperor and to such an outstanding woman, there was no one to pick from such a wife. However, he already had someone he liked, and he had always thought of Xiaoman as a cute little sister, a good friend, and a good confidant. Suddenly, her identity changed, and she was going to be the person who slept beside him. That kind of feeling was indescribably strange. Especially Wan Er's inevitable sadness. He could not show this feeling of helplessness in front of Wan. Right now, Wan Er was sad and helpless. He had to be decisive and firm in order to give her something to rely on and hope. He could only suppress all kinds of thoughts in his heart until he left Wan Er before he dared to show them. The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more irritated he became. The good mood he had when he had just returned to the capital was completely destroyed. Wan Er thought that Princess Taiping was just making fun of him, but he knew that this was Princess Taiping's revenge against him, and he could not fight back. Even if he fought back, he had already hurt two people. One was Wan Er and the other was Xiaoman. Yang Fan was walking with a heavy heart. Suddenly, several halberd-wielding warriors walked towards him. There was a person in the middle. Seeing him, that person said in a strange tone, "Oh, isn't this Guard Yang?" I'm wrong. It should be General Yang." Congratulations, General Yang." Yang Fan raised his head and saw that it was the commandant of the Golden Guards, Zhu Bin. When he first joined the army, he was no longer under the command and they no longer had any contact. At that time, they no longer had any contact. Zhu of Yang Fan and they know. Later, when Yang Fan joined the army, he was no longer under the command of Zhu of Jinwu and they no longer had any contact. Occasionally in the palace, when he saw this old superior who had made things difficult for him, he would just nod his head and never say much. Unexpectedly, today, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yang Fan thought that the other wanted to repair their relationship after seeing that he had been promoted, so he stopped and nodded. So it's General Zhu. It's been a long time. Zhu Bin laughed coldly and said with a face full of jealousy, Second Lang is so young and has already been promoted to general of the Imperial Army. Your future is limitless. When we old colleagues talk about you, we are all very envious. It's a pity that we are all big and burly and not handsome enough. We don't have the imperial edict, the princess to persuade us to marry, and Steward Wei from the inner palace to help us make the sage like us. Otherwise, I would really like to go to the western regions for a stroll and come back to be promoted. Beside him, a guard with a halberd grinned cheekily and said, Commandant, you're just saying that. You went to the western region and left behind the lives of dozens of your brothers. You used the blood of your brothers to stain your own future. You relied on women to gain fame and fortune. How could you do such a shameless thing? Zhu Bin held his stomach and began to laugh strangely. The other imperial guards also laughed in a strange manner. Yang Fan was in a bellyful of vexation. Hearing their words, he couldn't help but glance at them coldly and lightly said, I say, big brother, I am not a straw boat. You don't have to use me for your cheap use. That person's face immediately turned red and he shouted, Hey! I say, why can't you tell what's good for you? You can't even take a joke, so how can you turn hostile and start scolding people? Just because you've been promoted, you don't care about your old colleagues, do you? General Yang, I am a member of the Jin Wu Guards. I am not under your control. Yang Fan sneered. Words are for people to say, fart is also for people to fart. Words are the same as fart, it's all just a breath. Since you said you didn't insult me, then there's nothing to say. I still have matters to attend to, farewell. Zhu Bin stretched out his hand to stop him. With a sullen face, he said, Yang Fan, you've gone too far. Seeing that you've been promoted, everyone congratulates you with good intentions. How can you hurt people with such malicious words? Aren't you looking down on me, Zhu Bin? Yang Fan took a step forward and stood face to face with him. Bending down slightly, he stared into his eyes and said word by word, That's right. I am looking down on you. This Yang only cares about the people I care about, and you have never been in this range. With that, Yang Fan turned around and left. Zhu Bin was so angry that his face turned purple. Trembling all over, he said, This person, how can this person be so shameless? So ungentlemanly? Yang Fan swaggered off. When he was already far away, Zhu Bin stretched his neck and roared at his back, Surnamed Yang, don't get cocky too early. After saying that, Zhu Bin said to the people around him, This person really has a bad temper after being promoted. I congratulated him with kind words, but he scolded me instead. All of you have seen how this surnamed Yang is intoxicated by success. This is too outrageous. Several soldiers carrying large halberds said in unison, That's right, that's right. County Commandant need not be angry. Why bother with such a despicable person? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Normally, Yang Fan did not have such a bad temper. Now that he was agitated and uneasy, how could he restrain himself after hearing Zhu Bin's sarcastic words? He could not be bothered with what Zhu Bin said and strode straight to the Xuanwu gate of the palace. Halfway there, he ran into Eunuch Gao again. When Eunuch Gao saw Yang Fan, he said with a face full of smiles, Congratulations, Erlang. Yang Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to stop and return the greeting. Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao chuckled and said, First a high official, then a beautiful wife. Life is beautiful. Once your wish comes true, your husband is also very happy for you. Yang Fan was about to reply with a few words and leave when Eunuch Gao suddenly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Someone is waiting for you in the golden hairpin drunken private room. Yang Fan was startled and looked at Eunuch Gao in surprise. Eunuch Gao smiled and said, "Young Master Shin sends his regards to Erlang." After saying that, he took a step back and cupped his hands towards Yang Fan. He said in a loud voice, Erlang, don't worry about it. On the big day, your husband will have to send a generous gift to celebrate. When he cupped his hands, he gently tapped the back of his palm 3 times with the little finger of his left hand, which was holding his right fist. Then, he slightly tilted it outwards and tapped it twice. This was the secret signal that Shen Mu and Yang Fan had agreed on. Yang Fan could not help but be surprised. So this Eunuch Gao is Shen Mu's man. Is Erlang not handsome enough? His eyebrows are fierce and his eyes are ugly? No, he's quite handsome. Erlang's character is not good. He eats, drinks, gambles, and does not engage in honest work. That's not true either. He has a very good character. Erlang is incompetent and has no ability. Look at what you're saying. His skills are something that even you and I cannot compare to. Without true ability, how could he have made such a great contribution in the western regions? Gao Ying spread her hands and said, "That's strange. He is handsome, has a good character, and has true ability. Now he's even a general. Such a good husband is hard to find. Everyone has arranged for you to marry. You don't know how many girls in the palace are sad and envious. I'm drooling over it, and you're still unwilling." Xiaoman rolled her eyes at her. She slightly bent her legs and hugged her knees. She rested her chin on her knees and thought for a long time. Then, she faintly said, "I've thought about it, but I can't think of anything bad about him. I just have a very strange feeling that makes me feel uncomfortable." Gao Ying could not help but be angry. "What do you feel uncomfortable about? He's not married, you're not married, and he's a good man who can't be faulted. What else do you want?" Xiaoman shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know, I just feel that kind of feeling." She suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Gao Ying. "If everyone arranges for you to be married," Gao Ying beamed and said, Okay, I couldn't ask for more. "You also know that I've been drooling over Erlang for a long time, Xiaoman was speechless. She pouted and said, "Can you restrain yourself a little? You're saying in front of me that you like my husband, aren't you?" Gao Ying rolled her eyes at her and said, "Didn't you say you didn't want it?" Xiaoman said angrily, "Is it up to me to decide whether I want it or not? I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart, but I can't tell what's so uncomfortable about it. I mean, if everyone arranges for you to be married to Gao Chu, how would you feel?" Gao Ying was stunned and said blankly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Gao Chu? That stupid guy is my brother, okay? How can this be compared?" Xiaoman said seriously, "Yes, that's how I feel. Well, I can't tell you. Let me put it this way, for example, if everyone arranges for me to be married to you, how would you feel?" Gao Ying laughed and said, "You and I are both women, how can we get married? You're getting more and more ridiculous." "But—" She hooked Xiaoman's chin and pretended to be lecherous. She giggled and said, "If I were a man, I would be so happy that I wouldn't be able to sleep all night to have such a charming and lovely wife like you." As she said that, she even raised her eyebrows very wickedly. Xiaoman hid her hand away and said listlessly, "That's how I feel. I've always treated him as a brother and a friend, and suddenly he's my man. It's really so awkward." Gao Ying turned around and sat down next to her. She said earnestly, "It's better than marrying a stranger you've only met once, and you don't know anything about his temperament and behavior, right? Xiaoman, don't worry about it. Do you know how lucky you are?" Xiaoman raised her head and stared at Gao Ying. She asked, "Am I very lucky?" Gao Ying nodded very hard, and a touch of sadness and melancholy floated in her eyes. She really liked Erlang, but the falling flowers yearned, but the heartless water flowed. Chapter 286. Just after midnight, Yang Fan, dressed in casual clothes, slowly walked into the Drunken Golden Hairpin restaurant. Professor Jia welcomed him politely, not recognizing him at all as the customer who had once disguised himself as a merchant from the western regions. Although businessmen had a good memory, it had been too long since that incident. Yang Fan said, "I have an appointment to meet someone in the Sky private room." Professor Ju said, "Please come in. Your guest hasn't arrived yet. Please take a seat first." Professor Jiu invited Yang Fan into the Sky private room. He placed 4 types of dried fruits and a pot of boiling water on the table, considerately closing the door for him. As soon as the door closed, Yang Fan let out a long sigh. Coming here, he couldn't help but think of Tin Ano. Back then, they had worked together to scheme against Lu Junpan here. Now that he was sitting here, the past was still vivid in his mind. Exotic music came from outside. When he walked in, 2 enchanting women were twisting their waists and hips on the stage, looking very charming. What Yang Fan thought of was Tin Ano's Hu Xian. Wan was the woman he deeply loved, and Anu was the woman who deeply loved him. But in the end, he was going to marry a 3rd woman. The heavens really knew how to tease people. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Xiaoman was filled with bewilderment because of this, and it was obvious from her expression at that time. In his almost 20 years of life, he had encountered too many bizarre encounters, but as far as he was concerned, none of them were more bizarre than what had happened today. Listening to the music, he was lost in his thoughts. Before he knew it, the appointed time had arrived. 2 people were talking to each other at the door. One of them was Professor Jiu. Professor Jiu laughed and said, "Please come in. This is the room. The guest you have an appointment with has been waiting for a long time." Then, a slightly deep voice that was as gentle and magnetic as a flute said, "Got it, you may leave." As soon as he heard this voice, Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door in astonishment. As soon as the door was opened, a young scribe was standing there, wearing a turban on her head, wearing a stone-green scribe's robe, with a leather belt around her waist. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her temperament was elegant, just like a gentleman from a noble family. She was none other than Princess Taiping in men's clothing. Princess Taiping looked around and saw Yang Fan sitting cross-legged on the couch. She was immediately stunned and seemed extremely surprised. She stared fixedly at Yang Fan, and was slightly startled for a moment. Her eyes flashed, and she revealed a smile of enlightenment. She flicked the folded fan in her hand backward and stepped into the room. Yang Fan saw that there were a few middle-aged men with big shoulders and round waists, fierce-looking faces, and no facial hair. They were all wearing dark red martial arts clothes with arrow sleeves, and black, cross-horned hats. They were none other than the several women who were good at wrestling and sumo, who often accompanied Princess Taiping. The door was closed again. Princess Taiping stood by the door with her hands behind her back. She gently knocked her folding fan a few times on the back of her waist. She opened her mouth and smiled. She leisurely walked over and sat opposite to Yang Fan. She smiled and said, "So it's you. So the person that Shin Mu fell in love with is you? Haha, I was confused. It should be you. Who else could it be?" Yang Fan ignored her question and looked at her rosy white and delicate cheeks. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the person who asked me to meet would be you. Even if I see you now, in my opinion, that person shouldn't be you." Princess Taiping looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Why shouldn't it be me? Just because I am a princess? Haha, princess, sometimes you are nothing." Yang Fan made a few gestures with his hands. Princess Taiping said with a smile, "Erlang, you and I don't need to verify anything. Is it you who can't recognize me or I can't recognize you?" She put her hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. Her face revealed a touch of hatred. She said in a low voice, "Even if you turn into ashes, I won't recognize you as someone else." As she approached, a touch of faint fragrance seeped into Yang Fan's mouth and nose. Her snow-white collar revealed a touch of snow-white traces. Yang Fan raised his body without a trace and said with a sullen face, Since you and I are the same, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about serious matters. Bang! Princess Taiping slammed her palm on the table and said while gritting her teeth, "What is serious business? What I want to talk about is serious business. You also know that you are in the wrong. You dare not argue with me." "Nonsense. What do I have in the wrong? Just because I didn't agree to be your gigolo?" Yang Fan responded with tit for tat. He suddenly went up to her. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and asked in a stern voice, "So you deliberately separated us, didn't you? I knew that you were not so kind." The two people's noses were almost touching each other. They were in a deadlock like this for a moment. Princess Taiping suddenly smiled sweetly and slowly sat back down. She said lightly, "Xiao Man is a beautiful lady. What are you dissatisfied with?" "Haha, Yang Fan, you are really capable. Even I have to admire you. Wan is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Unexpectedly, she gave all her affection to you." Yang Fan's hands grasped the edge of the table. The blue veins on the back of his palms were bulging. He endured for a long time and then slowly sat back. He gritted his teeth and said, "You and Wan have always been friends. What did she do to you?" "She didn't. You did." Princess Taiping couldn't bear it anymore. She pounced on him like a tigress. She stared at him with her phoenix eyes wide open. However, she immediately realized that she had lost control of herself. She quickly sat back down and put on a very elegant appearance. She said, "You are really brave. Fortunately, you two acted secretly. Only people like me could find out. Otherwise, if my mother knew about it, you too." "Humph." Princess Taiping slightly raised her eyebrows. She charmingly glanced at Yang Fan and leisurely said, "You should be grateful to me. I didn't let you fall into deep trouble." Yang Fan looked down in disgust and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk about these things with you. Let's talk about business." Princess Taiping covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "Fine. I will talk to you about whatever you want to talk about. Anyway, you have never treated me as a princess. Since you only treat me as a woman should naturally listen to a man. Don't you think so?" Her eyes and brows were enchanting. Yang Fan's face was calm. He pretended that he didn't see it. He said in a deep voice, "His Majesty originally intended to use troops in the western regions. However, Grandmaster D and the others thought that the gains would not make up for the losses. They suggested to give up the western regions. Therefore, we cannot seek to cooperate with Grandmaster D on this matter. The Wu clan also strongly advocated to use troops in the western regions. However, the military power cannot fall into their hand. We must promote His Majesty's determination to use troops in the western regions to recover the 4 towns of Anxi. At the same time, we must guard against the Wu clan seizing the military power in the western regions. I brought a person with me. This person can prove that Qiu Shinji intentionally let the 2 Jew spies escape in order to urge the imperial court to send troops and destroy Lu Shirda to seize the military power in the western regions. He also allowed them to take away important information from the frontier fortress. Based on this, we can topple Wu Qingxi's faction. It seems that you will have to take action on this matter?" Li Lingyue gently shook her head. "That's not appropriate. Don't just look at how my mother became the emperor as a woman. She doesn't like other women participating in politics. I've been warned by my mother more than once not to get involved in politics. Besides, my faction has just been established. Now is not the time for me to publicly bid farewell to the Wu clan." Yang Fan slightly frowned. "Since it's not appropriate for Grandmaster D to participate in this matter, and you can't make an appearance, then who should do it?" Li Lingyue replied, "Regarding this, I have discussed it with a few advisors and have come up with a foolproof plan. However, as to how it will be carried out, we originally had to wait for you to come before we could discuss it in detail. However, when I came, I didn't know that the person I was conspiring with was you. Now that I see that it's you, I immediately thought of a solution. When she was talking about matters in a serious manner, her expression was serious and she spoke with fervor and assurance. Yang Fan didn't feel disgusted. Hearing this, he couldn't help but slightly lean forward and ask, "What foolproof plan?" Li Lingwe sweetly replied, "Naturally, it's a foolproof plan that ensures that we can send troops to the western region without losing military power." Yang Fan said, "I'd like to hear the details." Li Lingwe said, "Look, Grandmaster D has the same interests as us in politics. We both oppose the Wu clan's monopolization of power, so he is our ally. However, when it comes to the western region, his view is at odds with ours. Grandmaster D is the current Prime Minister. If he disagrees with us, our power will be weaker. Once the two sides fall out, the Wu clan will benefit from it." Yang Fan nodded. Li Lingwe saw that his attitude was finally not as bad as before. She was delighted and said, "As for the Wu clan, in the long run, they are our enemy. Just based on the western region matter, they are our ally in sending troops, but they are our enemy in fighting for military power. Is there any way to make them work for us in both areas?" Yang Fan frowned and said, "How is that possible?" Li Lingwe mysteriously smiled and said, "Why not?" Yang Fan said, "What's the plan?" Li Lingwe proudly puffed out her chest. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, this puffed-out chest still revealed the full shape of her chest. Yang Fan's gaze couldn't help but fall down and stare at the dried fruits on the table again. Li Lingwe softly snorted and placed the 4 fruits on one side and 3 on the other. She said, "Let's not talk about the distant matters first. Let's talk about the present. Right now, the ones in favor of sending troops are us and the Wu clan. The opposing side is only Grandmaster D. If we can topple the Wu clan..." Li Lingwe took 2 plates and looked at the table and said, "Then it will be 1-on-1. If we fight directly with Grandmaster D's faction, the outcome will be hard to predict. Moreover, if we hurt our relationship, it will likely destroy our alliance." Yang Fan stared at the 2 plates in her hands and said, "The plates in your hands represent the Wu clan? Why are there 2? Li Lingwe sweetly smiled and said, "They can be 1 or 2. If we don't know how to differentiate, they will be 1. Li Lingwe tilted 1 plate slightly and poured all the dried fruits on it into the other plate. She looked at Yang Fan and said, "If we separate Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, it will be 2 plates." As she said this, she tilted the plate full of dried fruits and poured half of them back into the other plate. Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he seemed to understand something. Li Lingwe also saw that he understood her meaning. She smiled slightly and placed a plate beside the plate that represented her side. She said, "This is Wu Sanxi." Then, she casually threw the other plate onto the carpet on the ground and said, "This is Wu Qingxi." Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "I understand. We won't show ourselves, but we'll use Wu Sanxi to get rid of Wu Qingxi. Then, we will join forces and instigate Wu Sanxi to deal with Grandmaster D in order to achieve the goal of sending troops. When His Majesty has made up his mind to send troops, we will join forces with Grandmaster D to prevent Wu Sanxi from obtaining military power." Li Lingwe proudly puffed out her proud chest and said proudly, "How is my intelligence compared to your Wan? Chapter 287. As soon as Yang Fan heard her mention Wan, his face darkened again. He avoided the topic and said, "Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi have always been fighting for the crown prince. If there is a chance to destroy Wu Qingxi, he will naturally welcome it. However, he will only make Wu Qingxi lose his power and will not let him die." Princess Taiping said, "If it were Grandmaster D or me, my mother wouldn't let him die. Letting him lose his power is the best result. If we can cut off all his wings, even if he is still alive, he will be better off dead than alive. This result is enough." Yang Fan thought for a while and asked, "But Wu Sanxi is not an idiot. If we give him a witness, can't he see that we are using someone else to kill him?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "That is why I said I did not think about how to carry out this plan and make Wu Sansi work for us without suspicion. When I saw you, I thought of a way." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Me? What can I do?" Princess Taiping said, "You are a disciple of the White Horse Temple. Xue Huai regards you as one of his people. After you joined the army, you became a soldier of the Jinwu Guards, and you have a relationship with Qiushenji. Now you have rendered great merit in the 100 Cavalry Neutrality, and have been promoted to the Left Commander of the Yulin Guards. From beginning to end, you have been under Wu Yi's tutelage. With all these, will they treat you as an outsider?" Yang Fan thought for a while and said slowly, "You mean, you want me to join the Wu clan, pledge loyalty to Wu Sansi and borrow Wu Sansi's hand to destroy Wu Qingxi?" Princess Taiping shook her head gracefully. "Not borrow Wu Sansi's hand, but help Wu Sansi. Do you think he does not want to destroy Wu Qingxi?" Yang Fan snorted coldly and said, "Why do you have to say that? Then what are you going to do?" "Me?" Princess Taiping smiled even more brilliantly. "I, of course, will cheer for Wu Qingxi and make him more enthusiastic about the fight for the Crown Prince. This way, Wu Sansi will be eager to destroy him." Yang Fan nodded heavily and said in a low voice, "I understand. I will find a suitable opportunity to express my loyalty to Wu Sansi. As for other matters," Princess Taiping said softly, "rice should be eaten one mouthful at a time, and the road should be walked one step at a time. It won't be too late to plan other things after we finish this matter." Yang Fan nodded, placed his hands on his knees and said, "All right, then it's settled. I'm going back." Princess Taiping said in surprise, "The dishes and wine have not been served yet." Yang Fan didn't say anything and just walked out. Princess Taiping stared at him and suddenly said, "On the day of the wedding, Prince Consort Ji was drunk and pretended to be crazy and was rude to me. I threw him into the pigsty and slept for the whole night." Yang Fan halted his steps and said with a sullen face, "Your mother forced someone else's wife to her death. Can't I be a little angry? Your Highness has gone too far with your actions." Princess Taiping said, "So, he has his own residence now. I gave him a private courtyard, and in order to take revenge on me, he brought his concubines to fool around with me, but I never paid any attention to them." Yang Fan said expressionlessly, "Your Highness, you don't need to tell me so much about your own affairs." Princess Taiping was furious and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Yang Fan said, "Of course I understand." Princess Taiping said angrily, "Then say it out. Don't give me that look." Yang Fan said word by word, "I also want to throw you into the pigsty." The barrier door was opened and closed with a crash. Yang Fan's footsteps gradually faded away. Princess Taiping sat quietly for a while and suddenly giggled. It seemed that she was very happy to be scolded. Our Yulin Guard is the head of the Northern Imperial Army. The Yulin Guard is the wing of the country, and it is as prosperous as the forest. Yang Fan, you are now conferred the title of Left Commander of the Yulin Guard. The Emperor's grace is grand, and you should think of the Emperor's grace. Strictly abide by the 17 prohibitions and the 54 decapitations. Devote yourself to serve the country. Yes. Yang Fan flashed out of the ranks and made a salute with his hands crossed high above his head. Wu Yi took a big seal tied with red silk on the marshal's table, held it in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Take the seal." Yang Fan strode forward, his battle skirt swaying and his armor clanging. He walked to Wu Yi, lifted his battle robe, knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and a heavy seal was put in his hands. Yang Fan took the seal in his hands, slowly turned around, and showed the seal to the generals and ministers in the tent. At this time, Yang Fan was wearing a bright armor, a helmet with rolled ears, and the red tassels on the top of the helmet were shaking. His shoulders were tiger-devouring shoulder guards, and the brass rivets on the leather wrist guards were shining. The bright protector on his chest was shining like a mirror. He was wearing a fish-scale battle robe and holding his belly with the tiger's mouth wide open. He looked heroic and imposing. In the marshal's tent, no matter if they were higher or lower in rank than him, they all had faces full of envy. He was only 19 years old, but he was already a lieutenant general and was also married to the Son of Heaven. Who could compare to this kind of glory? Of course, Huli, Wei Yong, and the others were sincerely happy for him. Chu Kuanga and Ma Chiao, who had received the news, had sent someone to deliver the news yesterday afternoon. They wanted to find a time to get together with him and celebrate his success. These two good friends were not people of the Featherwood Guard, so they had no chance to see his power today. Huli and Wei Yong were people of the Featherwood Guard, but from now on they were his true colleagues. Yang Fan had risen to the heavens in a single step, and was now only one step away from Huli, the lieutenant general. He was one level higher than Brigade Marshal Wei Yong. Wei Yong was the left Featherwood Guard's brigade marshal, and Yang Fan was now his immediate superior. After learning the news of the Son of Heaven's marriage, Wu Yi had some doubts about whether he had made the wrong judgment in the past. Was this Yang Fan his aunt's gigolo? If he was his aunt's man, how could his aunt have bestowed him a woman and allowed him to marry? But if he wasn't, there was no way to explain Shangguan Daijiao's words on that day and his repeated care for Yang Fan afterwards. After thinking it over, Wu Yi could only think that Yang Fan was handsome, but his skin was a little dark. His aunt liked fair-skinned men, and presumably, she just wanted to have a taste of this Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan had fallen out of favor, his aunt had bestowed him an official position, bestowed him with a female official by her side, and allowed him to settle down and start a family. This could be considered a consolation and compensation. For Wu Yi, this was a good thing. He dared to use Yang Fan like this. Otherwise, this person in the Featherwood Guard could not be put in an important position, nor could he not be used. It would be an awkward role. Yang Fan came from the White Horse Temple and had been a soldier in Qiushenji's Golden Guards. Now, he was his direct subordinate, and Xue Huai and Qiushenji were on the same side as the Wu family. It could be said that from the beginning to the end, Yang Fan had never been free from the Wu family's brand. His future and the Wu family's prosperity and losses were shared, so naturally, this person could be used without worry. Looking at Yang Fan receiving the seal and standing there majestically, Wu Yi smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, Wei Wang has already sent a message asking me to invite him to a banquet. It seems like he wants to rope him in. This person is destined to be a part of my Wu family's party. From today onwards, I have to nurture him more. Thinking of this, Wu Yi said to the generals in the tent, colleagues, don't look at Yang Fan's young age. Yang Fan has made great contributions to our dynasty in the western region. There are some things that are classified and cannot be announced to you now. I will tell you what I can. Yang Fan replaced Fei Hukou as the defending general and commanded the 5,000 soldiers to retreat safely in front of the 100,000 Tuju army. This prevented the enemy from taking advantage of the situation and invading the pass. This was a great contribution to Long Yu's army. Not to mention his resourcefulness, he managed to defeat the 100,000 Tuju army with one plan. Yang Fan is brave and resourceful. He is well versed in the art of war and is worthy of the heavy responsibility. Therefore, the Emperor will reward him for his contributions and personally confer him the position of Minister General. All of you must not underestimate him. Those who are older than him, give him more pointers. Those who are higher than him, give them more support. If anyone dares to use their seniority to disrespect their superior, our 17 commandments and 54 slashes are not just for show. Yes. All the generals in the tent stood with their arms crossed as they received the order. More than 10 sets of armors let out the sound of the armor scraping against each other. It was a mighty sound. The morning court session was over. The court was filled with red and purple as they slowly walked out of the court. This was Yang Fan's first morning court session as the left Minister General of the Yulin Guards. Yang Fan was wearing a brand new set of armor as he stood by the Golden Water Bridge. In the old days, when he was a great horned man, he had also carried out early morning guard duties, but at that time he was only a soldier. Today, from the armed warriors outside the Meridian Gate to the Golden Melon warriors in the Golden Hall, all the palace guards were his subordinates. Drunken saw Yang Fan and immediately walked over with a smile. He stroked his long beard and said, "My good nephew, congratulations on your promotion. My son Guangyuan has also heard of your good news. When you come to my residence, this old man will prepare a celebratory feast for you." Yang Fan took a step back and bowed respectfully. He said, "Ah, so it is Prime Minister D. This general pays his respects. This general has just been appointed as Minister General and there are many affairs that need to be sorted out. I am afraid that I will not be able to leave the palace for the time being." Some of the officials passing by heard the exchange between the two and couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Drunken addressed himself as this old man and the other person as his good nephew, but the other person addressed himself as this general and addressed him as Prime Minister D. This was going to be fun. Could it be that the old fox D was going to make a fool of himself this time? When Drunken heard Yang Fan's words, the smile on his face immediately froze. At this moment, Wu Sansi also walked over while swinging his arms. He laughed and said, "Yang Fan, achieving success at a young age is a double blessing. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Yang Fan hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "This general pays his respects to Your Highness King Liang." Wu Sansi said with a smile, "Hey, no need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. This prince loves to make friends with young talents like you. After hearing about your various experiences in the western region, this prince likes you very much. Haha, in these 2 days, my Wu clan will hold a family banquet. This prince wants to invite you over to have a few cups of wine and talk about your journey to the west. Would you like to come?" The northern office was the emperor's private army, and the Yulin Guard was the head of all the guards in the northern office. When Yang Fan returned from the west this time, he became the left general of the Yulin Guard. Huang Xuchang, Tian Yen, and others benefited from him, and also became the officers of the 100 cavalry guards of the Black Tortoise Gate. In terms of official position, Yang Fan, as the left general, was certainly not enough in front of people like Drunken and Wu Sansi, but his real power was not small. Drunken and Wu Sansi both shook the olive branch to Yang Fan. They represented the Prime Minister's faction and the Wutong Imperial Clan's faction respectively. The imperial court officials who were standing aside were clear about this. Now they were waiting to see how Yang Fan would choose. Chapter 288. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then said to Wu Sansi, "Your Highness, as an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to participate in the Wu clan's banquet, right?" Wu Sansi smiled. "What's wrong with that? You're Yu Yi's subordinate, so you can be considered a part of our family. When the time comes, Master Shui and General Qiushenji will also come. One of them is your master, while the other is your old superior. It's a good opportunity to meet them and have a chat." Yang Fan saluted. "Since it's like this, I'll definitely show up on time." Wu Sansi faced the sky and laughed. "Good. Good. Ha 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 ha." Just now, he had also seen the scene of Drunken inviting Yang Fan to the banquet. Last time, he wanted to rope Drunken in, but Drunken used the excuse of having a stomachache and directly rejected his invitation. Now that Yang Fan had rejected Drunken's invitation in front of all the civil and military officials and was willing to attend the Wu clan's banquet, he could be considered to have vented his resentment, so he was naturally very happy. Drunken seemed to be a little surprised by Yang Fan's choice. He looked deeply at Yang Fan and sincerely said, "Nephew, safety and danger come hand in hand, but misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. You must be especially cautious when you have just obtained a high position. You must know, the day that the shrimp turns red is also the day of its great sorrow. Yang Fan humbly smiled and replied, "This lowly official will remember Prime Minister D's teachings. However, this lowly official has also heard that a man only has one life, and a plant only has one autumn. No matter how you live, it's this lifetime. If you have the opportunity to turn red but don't take it, won't you rot with the plants?" Di Renjia sighed, and his expression became even more disappointed. He slowly shook his head and said to Yang Fan, "Since that's the case, Yang Fan, you're on your own." Di Renjia flicked his sleeve lightly and left. The surrounding civil and military officials left successively when they saw this, and they whispered to each other and discussed endlessly as they walked. Wu Sansi was even happier when he saw Di Renjia being humiliated. He laughed heartily and said to Yang Fan, "Yang Fan, you have completely offended Old Fox D this time. Old Fox is the Prime Minister. Don't you regret it?" Yang Fan said sternly, "Yang Fan's achievements today cannot be separated from the nurturing of Master Shui, Great General Chiu and Great General Wu. How can one forget one's roots? Furthermore, it was said that only broken friends could have close friends. Since Yang Fan has made his choice, he will not regret it." Wu Sansi's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Yang Fan from head to toe, praising, "Good! Only when there are broken friends can there be best friends." This sentence was well said. "Yang Fan, this king guarantees that you won't regret it." "Thank you, Prince." Yang Fan bowed and Wu Sansi laughed heartily as he left. After morning assembly, Yang Fan made some arrangements for the security of the palace before rushing to Jia City. At this time, he was already a general of the Left Feathered Guards. When he was not on duty, he would stay in his own house outside the palace. When he was on duty, he would stay at Xuanwu Gate's gate tower, so he didn't have to stay at the guards' camp in Jia City like the other guards. Yang Fan entered Jia City and turned to the female guards' quarters. Yang Fan wanted to see Xiao Man. The marriage arranged by the emperor could not be decided by themselves. This marriage had to be done whether they wanted to or not. This ending could not be changed. Yang Fan could not think of a way to avoid this marriage, but he still wanted to see Xiao Man. He also knew that Xiao Man might not be willing to marry him. As for why he wanted to see Xiao Man, he did not know. Perhaps if he could talk to Xiao Man and understand each other's true thoughts, he would feel more at ease. Unexpectedly, when Yang Fan arrived in front of the female guards' quarters, he did not see Xiao Man at all. When the female guards heard that Yang Fan had arrived, they came out to greet him. There was a lot of women, but Xiao Man was not among them. "Yo, you haven't even gotten married yet and you can't wait to see the bride? Erling, congratulations on marrying such a good woman like Xiao Man. General Yang, now that you and Xiao Man are married, we are Sister Xiao Man's family. You are not allowed to bully our sister Xiao Man in the future. Otherwise, our army of women will charge into your house and settle the score with you." Yang Fan was dizzy from all the noise, so he could only smile and salute. "Ladies, I want to see Xiao Man. I have something to discuss with her. Can you ask her to come out for a moment?" "No, no. That won't do. General Yang, you can't break the rules. The Emperor has decreed that you and our sister Xiao Man's wedding has already begun. You must not meet at this time, don't you know? If you have anything to say, you can tell us. We are Xiao Man's family." Yang Fan said, "I just want to see her. What's wrong with that?" Lan Yiqing said with a smile, "If you have anything to say, you can tell us and let us tell Sister Xiao Man. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait until Sister Xiao Man marries you. Then you can talk about it in detail on your wedding night. In short, you must not see each other now. Even I know this rule. It is very inauspicious." Yang Fan said strangely, "It's not like I haven't seen her before. Why is it inauspicious to see her and talk to her?" Gowing said with a smile, "That was then and this is now. In the past, you and our Xiao Man had nothing to do with each other. But now it is different. Once you become husband and wife, you will never be separated. Now the two of you are husband and wife in name, but you are not husband and wife in reality. If you see her, you will have to separate. It is very inauspicious to separate before the wedding ceremony. Yang Fan tried his best to persuade them, but these girls did not allow it. Instead, they all talked at once and made fun of him. Yang Fan had no choice but to flee in a sorry state amidst the girls' teasing. Yang Fan left the female guards' camp and happened to run into Huang Xuchang and a few other guards from the 100 Cavalry. Huang Changshu and the others saw him coming from the female camp and made fun of him again. Yang Fan could not resist and could only flee again. When he escaped from Jia City and arrived at Jixian Hall, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looking up, Yang Fan happened to see a young boy in a brocade robe and jade belt passing by with two little eunuchs. Yang Fan recognized this person as King Chu Li Longji. Yang Fan quickly stood still and bowed to him, saying, "Yang Fan greets your highness, King Chu." As soon as Li Longji saw that it was him, his little face immediately revealed an angry expression. He stopped in his tracks and glared at Yang Fan fiercely, as if he wanted to say something. However, his little mouth opened and closed tightly. He only snorted heavily, raised his head high, and strode past Yang Fan. Yang Fan straightened his back and looked suspiciously at Li Longji's angry back. He was a little puzzled at first, but suddenly remembered the scene of Wu Sanxi inviting him during the morning court session. Yang Fan couldn't help but come to a realization. I see. The news of me agreeing to Wu Sanxi's invitation must have spread. Li San Lang is angry at me for being the Wu family's dog. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not easy to be an insider. Pledging allegiance to the Wu family was an absolute big secret. If he could become the Wu family's confidant, then he could play a role that was 10 times the power he could control with his current status. Therefore, this matter could not be known to too many people. Now, only Shen Mu's people and Princess Taiping knew the truth of his pledging allegiance to the Wu family. Even Di Renjie was kept in the dark. King Chu Li Longji was still a 7-year-old child. His emotions were shown on his face, and he was not shrewd, so it was even more impossible for him to know. From the looks of it, he was afraid that for a long time, he would be reviled by Li Tang's royal family and the ministers loyal to Li Tang as the Wu family's dog. In the Library of History, outside Wan Er's residence, Xiao Man was waiting quietly under the flowering tree. Xiao Man was wearing a light yellow gauze gown with large sleeves and a long skirt on her small waist. There was a thin, pinkish-brown belt tied into a knot, which further accentuated the girl's slender waist and graceful figure. Her beautiful black hair was tied into a drooping bun, which revealed a bit of the delicateness and cuteness of a young girl. Wan Er sat in the room, her figure slightly hidden behind the window, quietly watching her. Xiao Man was in the prime of her life and had a well-developed figure. Inside the V-neck was a dark red tube top, which wrapped around a pair of budding breasts. A pair of delicate and sexy collarbones could be seen at a glance. Amidst the charm of Ning Qingxue, a seductive ravine could be faintly seen. Her bright eyes and white teeth were soft and charming. She also had the charm of a mature girl. Xiao Man rarely wore women's clothes, especially such gorgeous ones. She had never worn them before. But after Wu Zetian arranged a marriage for her, she became a bride-to-be and no longer needed to accompany Wu Zetian as a guard. Those female guards all used her as a test subject and racked their brains to dress her up. It was as if they were rehearsing their beautiful visions and hopes of becoming a wife in the future on her body. Xiao Man's clothes, hairstyle, and appearance were not up to her at all. It was all done for her by her sisters. Whether it was clothes or hairstyle, they had all been changed by them countless times. Some of the clothes made Xiao Man blush. This was the result of a compromise between the two sides. But dressed like this, Xiao Man still felt a little uncomfortable. She stood under the flower tree and unnaturally pulled at the lapels of her clothes. She pulled up the lapels and tightened the collar, trying to cover her slightly exposed chest. As a result, as soon as she pulled the clothes up, the soft and smooth clothes would slide down again. Xiao Man, who was extremely annoyed, had to do it again. Wan who was quietly watching her from the window, saw her childish and cute movements and couldn't help but want to laugh. Xiao Man was flustered and didn't know what to do. She came to see Wan just like Yang Fan came to see her. It was also a subconscious action. Perhaps in her view, Wan was omnipotent. Perhaps only Wan had a way to solve their current predicament or let her understand what to do. She knew that Wan and Yang Fan loved each other. Although she was not in the wrong, she had a feeling that she was a thief who stole something that didn't belong to her. Shangguan Wan hadn't let her in yet. She stood under the tree, and a gust of wind blew, causing the fallen petals to scatter in all directions. The peach blossom petals landed on her head, shoulders, and belt. So, in addition to constantly pulling up her clothes, Xiao Man had one more thing to do, and that was to brush away the flowers. Shangguan Wan quietly watched Xiao Man's childish and cute behavior from the window, and the slight resentment in her heart quietly dispersed like petals blown away by the wind. How could such a Xiao Man be hated? Besides, she knew very well that all of this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Man. Xiao Man was also a victim. It was just that emotionally, Wan still couldn't accept it. Now that the resentment was gone, there was only an inexplicable melancholy left in her heart. Tell her to go back. Wan gently sighed and ordered her trusted palace maid next to her. Tell her that she is going to be married soon. In the future, she should be a good wife and serve her husband. When Wan said this, her eyes suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and calmed her emotions. She continued, in the future, she will no longer be a member of the internal guards. It is rare for me and her to see each other in the palace, but we are still good sisters. I wish her happiness for the rest of her life. Don't let her worry about me. The palace maid softly agreed and turned to walk out. Wan gently raised her head. Crystal clear tears were swirling in her eyes, but she wouldn't let them fall. Chapter 289. In the spring of Mount Hua, all living things welcomed and competed for spring. The valley path was narrow and quiet, the mountain road was rugged and winding, the spring water was rapid, the mountain rocks were steep, the emerald green filled the eyes, and the cool breeze was refreshing. The main peaks of Mount Hua, Luoyan Peak, Morning Sun Peak, and Lotus Flower Peak, the three peaks were like a cauldron, their power was beyond the clouds, and their shadows were like the Yellow River. They were known as the three peaks beyond the sky. The West Peak stood tall, as if it was cut by a knife or axe. On the peak of the steep peak, a small pavilion was built against the mountain. One side was overlooking the abyss, two sides were steep cliffs, only leaving a mountain path. Looking from afar, it was like a pavilion in the air. In the pavilion, a young master in a snow-white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The silver headband behind his head looked like it was flying in the wind. Beside him stood an old man in a green robe. His back was slightly bent, his face was full of wrinkles, leaning against the pillar of the pavilion, as if he was an old pine tree that grew in the pavilion. When other people entered the pavilion, they would immediately notice the handsome face of the young master in white. No one would look at him more than once, but Tin Ano, who followed Situ Liang into the pavilion, knew how scary he was. Lu Boyan, the #1 expert by young Master Zhang's side, Anu's martial arts were very complex. This old man had also taught her martial arts before. Anu once speculated that even if she used all of her skills, this old man who looked like a pine tree rooted in the rock, as long as he made a move within 7 moves, he would be able to take her life. Situ Liang entered the pavilion, bowed to young Master Jiang, and then quietly retreated to the side, leaning against another pillar, just like his master. Lu Boyan was his master. All of his skills were taught by Lu Boyan, but in front of young master, both of them were just servants. There was no need to talk about master and disciple etiquette. The Tian Ai Nu knelt down on the jade-like bluestone as soon as she entered the pagoda. She had already taken a bath. so her hair was not tied up and was only tied up with a green ribbon. Her hair was smooth and straight as it hung on her shoulders. She looked elegant and light like a chrysanthemum flower. Wearing a light yellow robe, she looked especially elegant and elegant. Young Master Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. He looked at the mountains and the white clouds outside the ravine and asked lightly, "You've been gone for several months. Is that all you've told me?" Tin Ano bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Yes. I'm incompetent and failed to find the information that young master needed. Please forgive me, young master." Hee. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Jiang let out a low chuckle at first, then he laughed out loud. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed his finger at Tin Ano like a sword and shouted, "On Nu! Tell me, how have I always treated you?" Tin Ano nodded and said, "Young Master's kindness towards Anu is as heavy as a mountain. Even if Anu's body is crushed and my bones are crushed, I will never be able to repay you." Young Master Jiang sneered, "Fine. It's good that you know. Shen Mu has caused quite a commotion this time. From Chang unto Luoyang and even to Yangzhou, he has mobilized so many resources, and all of them have been concentrated in the western region. You were by his side, but you knew nothing about it?" Tin Ano's face was a little pale. He explained in a low voice, "Shen Mu is a vigilant person. There are many experts around him. It's hard for Anu to get close to him. Later on, he went to the west of the river. The area there is vast and uninhabited. It's even harder for Anu to track him. Even so, Shen Mu was still very careful. He even used the cicada shedding carapace. Anu was careless and chased after his subordinates to the Tuju. She then lost track of him. During this period of time, Anu really didn't know what Shen Mu did in the west region. By the time Anu finally returned from the Turkic Khaganate, Shen Mu had already covered up all traces. At this time, the information Anu could obtain was no different from what Situ Liang had obtained. It's not useful to young master, it's because Anu is useless. As young Master Jiang listened to her, his face became more and more gloomy. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, "Enough!" Tin Ano's delicate body trembled. She hurriedly stopped talking. Young Master Jiang stared at her coldly. After a long time, he lightly shook his head and sighed, "Anu, why did you betray me?" Tin Ano was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Anu definitely has no intention of betraying young master. Young master, please investigate clearly." Young Master Jiang sneered, "Investigate clearly? Of course I have to investigate clearly. If I don't investigate clearly, wouldn't this young master be kept in the dark by you?" Just as the Tian AI slave was about to defend herself, young Master Jiang flicked his sleeves and turned around abruptly. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head high and said disdainfully, "Shen Mu has a lascivious nature and is best at seducing innocent girls. You're still young and inexperienced. If you're blinded by his flowery words, I won't blame you as long as you're honest with me. Considering that you've risked your life for me all these years and have made some contributions, I won't blame you." Tin Ano involuntarily said, "Young master, how could Anu like Shen Mu? Young master has really misunderstood Anu." Young Master Jiang turned around and walked step by step to Tin Ano's side. Under his cold gaze, Tin Ano didn't dare to look up. She could only put her hands on the ground and kneel down at his feet. The corner of young Master Jiang's mouth twitched. He coldly said, "If it's not Shen Mu, then it's Yang Fan?" The blood drained from the Tian AI News face in an instant, and her face became abnormally pale. Young Master had always thought highly of himself. He didn't even put Shen Mu, the hidden sex matriarch, in his eyes. It was even more impossible for a person like Yang Fan to be put in his eyes. He couldn't even remember Yang Fan's name. Now that he blurted it out, how much did he know? Looking at Tin Ano's peculiar expression, Young Master Jiang finally believed that the information reported by his subordinate was completely true. His usually calm and untainted heart was suddenly ignited with a nameless flame of jealousy. She has fallen in love with a man. The Anu that I raised has fallen in love with a man. For him, she didn't even hesitate to betray me. The flame of jealousy was burning in his heart, causing his eyes to reveal a sinister expression. Glaring at Anu, who was kneeling at his feet, young Master Jiang suddenly sneered. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. For a man, you actually let me down. What exactly is love between a man and a woman? And, have you forgotten? Even your biological father pushed you into a dry well and abandoned you when he was on the brink of life and death. In this world, who else can be trusted? What kind of love can be trusted? Yang Fan, he is merely coveting your beauty and using flowery words to take advantage of you. As long as he sees a better woman, he won't hesitate to abandon you. You are actually so hell-bent on him? Ridiculous. What a joke. If he is in danger, he will also sacrifice you without any hesitation. He won't. Recalling that cold, hungry, and lonely desert that was like hell, recalling the fresh blood that was still stained on her lips when she woke up, Tin Ano's heart warmed up. He suddenly stood up and his eyes were sparkling. He won't. He definitely won't be like what young Master said. Young Master, Erlang isn't such a person. Erlang? When young Master Jiang said these words, he was a little surprised by his careless words. This kind of lack of grace was not his usual character. But when he heard Tin Ano affectionately call Yang Fan as Erlang in front of him, the fire of jealousy burned even more fiercely. He always thought that he treated Anu differently because he treated her as his own daughter. Suddenly, he knew that it was because he treated her as a woman that could only belong to him. And now, she actually betrayed him. She actually liked another man. Seeing the happiness, trust, and satisfaction in Tin Ano's sparkling eyes, young Master Jiang's heart was filled with hatred. Without thinking, he lifted his leg and kicked. Tin Ano gave a muffled groan and was kicked to the ground by young Master Jiang. Although young Master Jiang was not good at martial arts, the strength of this kick was still very strong. Tin Ano covered his chest that was aching to the bone and looked at him in horror. Young Master Jiang's usually elegant and indifferent face turned livid. He stared at Tin Ano and said sternly, "Just because of that workshop attendant? A workshop attendant that is not much nobler than a dog, you actually betrayed me. What's so good about him? Tell me what's so good about him?" Anu said in a low but firm voice, "Some people, I can't say what's good about them, but no one can replace them. Young Master, I'm sorry. Anu, really love him, I beg young Master to fulfill my wish." Young Master Jiang was unable to restrain his anger. He kicked again. This time, he used all his strength and kicked Anu's body up and heavily fell to the ground. Lu Boyan, who was standing beside the pillar, slightly raised his white eyebrows. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He sighed lightly and lowered his eyes again. Tin Ano climbed up with difficulty. A trace of dark red blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and used the back of her palm to gently wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She kowtowed deeply to young Master Jiang and said firmly, "Anu, beg young Master to fulfill my wish." As she said, she kowtowed deeply. Young Master Jiang sneered, "Anu, you really disappoint me. Although you and I are master and servant, but I have always treated you as my own daughter. You actually betrayed me. I will give you another chance today. As long as you repent now, I can treat it as if this matter never happened." Tin Ano was silent for a moment. She placed both her fingertips on the ground and kowtowed deeply. Her forehead deeply kissed the back of her fingertip. Young Master Jiang thought that she was willing to repent. A trace of smile flashed across his face. However, he heard Tin Ano's soft but clear voice again passed into his ears, "Anu, beg young Master to fulfill my wish." The smile froze on young Master Jiang's face. He was startled for a moment and suddenly roared, "You don't regret it?" Tin Ano gently raised her head and looked up at the superior young Master Jiang. She said word by word, "As young Master's subordinate, Anu has risked her life for young Master and has done many successful errands. As a woman, the most successful thing in life is to choose the right man. Anu has chosen him, and I don't regret it." Young Master Jiang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He almost wanted to kick Tin Ano away again. He had just taken a step when he suddenly saw a few drops of Tin Ano's blood on the ground. It almost stained his spotless boots. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and waved his sleeves, shouting sternly, "Boyan!" Lu Boyan said in a deep voice, "This old servant is here." Young Master Jiang said with a trembling voice, "Go! Go to Luoyang and bring back Yang Fan's severed head for me. This old servant obeys." Lu Boyan replied and was about to step out of the pavilion. Tin Ano was shocked and hurriedly said, "Don't! Young Master, please let him go." "Young Master!" Tin Ano hurriedly crawled to young Master Jiang's side. When young Master Jiang saw that her clothes were stained with blood and there was still blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in disgust. Lu Boyan was afraid that she would harm his master, so he hurriedly stepped in and stopped her. Tin Ano's heart was filled with fear. She knew that if young Master wanted Yang Fan's life, no matter how great Yang Fan was, he wouldn't be able to live. With young Master's power, it might be difficult to assassinate an emperor, but there wouldn't be anyone else who could receive the same protection as the emperor. If young Master wanted Erlang to die, then Erlang definitely wouldn't be able to live. Seeing her fearful look, young Master Jiang's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of malicious smile. His angry look disappeared and he once again regained his calm, unhurried and noble elegance. He smiled at Tin Ano and said, "Even your biological father could abandon you when a disaster was about to befall him. Stupid woman, do you really believe that there's such a thing as undying love in this world?" Young Master, Anu originally didn't believe it, but after meeting Erlang, Anu believed it. Good, good, good. He's willing to die for you and you're also willing to die for him. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Young Master Jiang's smile disappeared as he shouted in a deep voice, "You and him, one of you must die. If you don't wish for him to die then, you must die in his place. As long as you die, I'll let him go." "Young Master." Tin Ano suddenly raised her head. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes were filled with deep despair. Young Master Jiang laughed out loud. "Ha ha, what oath of undying love, what undying love, it's simply too weak. Anu, aren't you willing to disregard your life and death for him? Then go and die." This young master's words carry enormous weight. "As long as you die, I won't touch a single strand of his hair. Are you afraid? Are you regretting it? Ha ha." He laughed complacently, but he only laughed 3 times before his voice abruptly stopped. He widened his eyes in shock as he watched Tin Ano slowly stand up with one hand clutching his chest. Her beautiful face was pale and her body was swaying, but her steps were abnormally firm as she walked forward step by step. Young Master Jiang's eyes slowly revealed a blank look as he helplessly watched Tin Ano walk past him, over the railing of the small pavilion, and stood outside the railing. Outside was only a 3 chi wide rock, and behind it was a bottomless abyss. The white clouds were almost at the same level as the top of the cliff. Tin Ano stood facing the abyss, her clothes fluttering in the wind, looking extremely thrilling. Young Master Jiang asked in horror, "Anu, what do you want to do?" Tin Ano looked down the cliff, slowly turned around, and said to young Master Jiang, "Young Master Jiang is a man of your words, I believe you won't go back on your words." Young Master Jiang's face of shock quickly turned into unconcealable anger and jealousy. He rushed to the railing, grabbed it tightly and asked loudly, "You're really willing to die for him? You're actually willing to die for a lowly commoner, a lowly commoner? Who am I? I'm 10,000 times more noble than him. I'm a high and mighty god. What is he you're actually willing to betray me for him? A trace of a smile appeared on Tin Ano's face. The wind fluttered her fine black hair, the sunlight shone on her suet jade-like cheeks, and the bright red beads of blood at the side of her lips were crystal clear like a string of amber beads. Young master is a high and mighty god, but Second Lang is in the mortal world. Anu is willing to descend to the mortal world for him. No. Young Master Jiang stretched out his hand to grab, and only managed to grab Anu's clothes in his hand. Tin Ano's entire body slowly fell backwards, her face still carrying a peaceful smile. Young Master Jiang watched as her figure quickly disappeared between the clouds, down the cliff. Chapter 290. Yang Fan knew nothing about what happened on Mount Hua. At this moment, he was heading to the Wu clan's banquet. The Wu clan's banquet was held at General Wu Yi's residence. Of course, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi were more qualified to host the family banquet. However, the two of them were always competing with each other and would fight over everything. If the banquet was held in either of their houses, the other would not attend, so they could only hold it at Wu Yi's house. Wu Yi's residence had a garden that was 3 to 4 mu in size. There were flowers, grass, ponds, and trees in the garden. Near the ponds, there was a pavilion with carved beams and flowers. The pavilion was 2 stories high and looked magnificent. Not all the guests had arrived yet. In front of the hall, there was a group of young girls in colorful clothes. They were singing and dancing to entertain the guests. In the hall, there was jingling, rippling autumn waves, and a group of pretty and charming dancers. Below the hall, the Wu clan's people were either sitting in 2s or 3s, chatting merrily or walking side by side in the corridors. At first glance, it looked like a harmonious group. Almost all the influential figures of the Wu clan had arrived. However, a few important members of the Wu clan had yet to arrive. Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, would definitely not come. Although he was from the Wu clan, he hated the Wu clan to the core. Wu Yuyi, the eldest brother, did not invite him either. He was afraid that if he came and got drunk, he might remember old grudges and fight Wu Sanxi again. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi hadn't arrived yet either. Whenever there was a Wu clan gathering like this, these 2 princes, who boasted themselves as the Wu clan's masters, would definitely come. However, the 2 of them would never arrive before the other party, lest they appear to be inferior to the other party. This was the only thing these 2 cousins had a tacit understanding about. Another reason was that Xue Huai had not arrived yet. This Master Xue was someone that the entire Wu clan wanted to curry favor with, so he was naturally more arrogant. Qiu Shenji had already arrived. Yang Fan noticed that it was not only him and Qiu Shenji who were invited. Apart from them, there were also a few officials. Imperial Censor Zhou Yong, Ran Ziyong, Minister of Glories Song Jishuan, Imperial Servant Minister Li Jun, and Supervising Imperial Censor Yao Shaoji were people he didn't recognize. These people were the lackeys that Wu Sanxi had brought to his side. In the capital, they were known as the San Si Wu Go. Other people like Fu Yi, Zhang Jiafu, and Wang Qingji were Wu Qingxi's lackeys. Fu Yi was the imperial messenger who gathered people from all walks of life to persuade Empress Wu. After Empress Wu ascended to the throne, she immediately promoted him to the position of Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai Pavilion. In one step, he became the Prime Minister. However, this person's abilities were too average. None of the chancellors like Di Renjie, Li Suliangxi, liked him. Renjie. Under the tacit agreement of the other prime ministers, Fu Yi soon became an empty shell, with no achievements to be made. After, he became Yi the Chancel Qingxi, Chancel Yi, Qing Li, He Yi Wu, Qingxi Wu, and Li Yi Yi Hua Wu Chen, Wu Li Yi Wu's Wu. As a result, he became even more determined to follow Wu Qingxi. He was already deeply branded with the Wu clan. When he was proud of his success, he had to rely on the Wu clan's support. Now that he had lost power, He had to curry favor with the Wu clan to have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, there would be many people waiting to beat him down. Zhang Jiafu was the Phoenix Pavilion's Renhuang, while Wang Qingji was a scholar from the Hongwen school. Seeing the Wu clan's growing influence and envious of Fu Yi's success, they also joined the Wu clan and became Wu Qingxi's men. In comparison, Wu Qingxi's strength was above Wu Sanxi's. Wu Qingxi had Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji as his subordinate. Compared to them, Wu Sanxi's 5 dogs paled in comparison. Although Yang Fan was invited, he was not considered an important guest. The Wu clan wanted to rope him in, but with Yang Fan's status, he could not be considered an important guest among the princes, dukes, and nobles. Therefore, when he arrived, Qiu Shenji called him over and gave him a few words of praise. Yang Fan only had one enemy left, Qiu Shenji. His desire for revenge was not as urgent, especially since he already had important evidence that could kill Qiu Shenji. Therefore, his attitude was more relaxed and did not show any signs of abnormality in front of Qiu Shenji. After a series of exchanges, Yang Fan retreated to the side and sat with Fu Yi, Zhang Jiafu, Wang Qingji, and the others. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi arrived at the same time. Zhou Xing accompanied Wu Qingxi. Hearing that Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had arrived, everyone hurriedly went out to welcome them. These 2 princes, one from the south and one from the north, arrived at Wu Yi's residence at almost the same time. Wu Yi led the Wu clan clansmen, Qiu Shenji, Fu Yi, and the others to open the gate. After a series of greetings, just as the 2 entered the residence, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. A group of fat monks riding on fine horses arrived, their clothes fluttering in the wind. "Aya, Master Xue is here." Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, who had been reserved just a moment ago, suddenly changed their expressions and rushed out of the mansion with smiles on their faces. It was as if the 2 of them were the masters of the mansion, leaving Wu Yi behind. "Nay." Xue Huai pulled on the reins and looked around disdainfully. Wu Sanxi quickly stepped forward and took the reins from Xue Huai's hands. Wu Qingxi rushed forward and held the stirrups for Xue Huai. Xue Huai dismounted his horse and laughed. "Prince Wei, Prince Liang, I'm not late, am I?" The 2 smiled sincerely and rushed to say, "Not late, not late. Master Xue came at the right time. Master Xue is our Wu clan's honored guest. Without Master Xue, this banquet cannot be started no matter what." Xue Huai laughed loudly. Suddenly, he saw Yang Fan and left Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi behind. He strode over and looked Yang Fan up and down. The more he looked, the more pleased he became. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder heavily and laughed. 17. I've heard about your contributions in the Western region. I'm very happy for you. Not bad. This is someone from our White Horse Temple. After Xue Huai finished speaking, he turned to the disciples and said, "You bunch of trash. You've been with me for a long time, but when have you ever been as successful as 17? All of you should learn more from your junior brother." The monks said yes. Among them, Hong Yi, Hong Lu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Fan surrounded Yang Fan and greeted him warmly. Seeing this, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi hurried over and followed Xue Huai's wishes. They praised Yang Fan and made Xue Huai laugh heartily. As they talked, they walked in. Xue Huai talked about his disciple Yang Fan's contributions in the Western region. He talked about how Yang Fan led an army to attack the Turkic Khaganate, and how Gu Gulu ran far away when he heard the news. Xue Huai was exultant and everyone was flattering him. The host and the guests were happy. Xue Huai sat in the middle of the banquet hall in the garden behind the residence. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi also sat on his left and right, and the banquet officially began. Rows of beautiful maids served up all sorts of delicacies. As the host, Wu Yi raised his cup and gave a speech, and the banquet began. During this banquet, besides the unrestrained and arrogant Xue Huai who drank to his heart's content while his disciples, Hong 1, Hong 6, and the others drank and chatted freely, the others didn't feel relaxed at all. Wu Zetian had already ascended to the throne, and the position of crown prince had become the topic of the Wu clan's greatest concern. Among the Wu clan's nephews, the ones with the greatest influence and the highest chance of winning the position of crown prince were Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. Although the rest of the Wu clan's members all had the same surname, they still had to depend on someone. As for Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, on one hand, they had to flatter Xue Huai and try their best to build a close relationship with the emperor's lover. On the other hand, they had to take this opportunity to win over important Wu clan members like Wu Yi. At the same time, they had to keep the other party in check and not let the other party overshadow them. Amidst this joyous dance and celebration of peace, there were extremely complicated calculations, trade-offs, and compromises. Other than the people of the White Horse Temple, who could ignore it because of Xue Huai's high status, who else could let their guard down? Among the guests that the Wu clan had invited, Zhou Yongyi, Ran Ziong, Song Zhixuan, Li Jun, and Yao Shaoji were already Wu Sanxi's people. Qiu Xinji, Zhou Xing, Fu Yi, Zhang Jiafu, and Wang Qingji were Wu Qingxi's people. The only person that could be won over was the newly promoted military noble, Yang Fan. Xue Huai's status was high. Although he was close to the Wu clan, he couldn't rely on Wu Qingxi or Wu Sanxi. These two people only wanted to curry favor with him and didn't dare to think that they could make him their subordinate. However, it was different now. Yang Fan was Xue Huai's proudest and most beloved disciple. If Yang Fan stood on someone's side, his master would most likely side with that person. With such a plan in mind, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi did their utmost to curry favor with Yang Fan. Of course, with their current status, they could not lower their statuses and try to win over a young general. These things were done by their lackeys on their behalf. Thus, as soon as the banquet began, the Wu clansmen who had pledged their allegiance to Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, as well as Zhou Yongyi and Fu Yi, all sought out Yang Fan, toasting him, shaking his arm and trying to win him over to their side. In Xue Huai's eyes, he thought that these people were giving him face and treating his disciple with special courtesy. In his joy, Xue Huai downed his cup and soon became drunk. A few members of the Wu clan who were inclined towards Wu Qingxi stepped forward and toasted Xue Yi first before toasting Wu Qingxi. When Wu Sanxi saw that they had placed Wu Qingxi in front of him, he was immediately displeased. Without waiting for them to toast him again, he coldly snorted and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Then he flicked his sleeves and left the table. When Wu Qingxi saw his actions, he only sneered inwardly. He drained his cup of wine and began to chat happily with his clansmen. Yang Fan had been watching Wu Sanxi's every move the entire time. When he saw Wu Sanxi stand up and leave, he hurriedly stood up as well. He pretended to be drunk and smiled at Hong Lu, who had stepped forward to urge him to drink. "Sixth senior brother, please take a seat. I'm going to relieve myself and will be back soon." Dancing and singing continued on the upper floor. Maids fluttered back and forth like butterflies, and a manservant stood in front of the building. Yang Fan walked to the front of the building and stated his intentions. Immediately, a delicate and pretty manservant led him to the toilet. Yang Fan looked at Wu Sanxi, who was walking not too far in front of him. He only continued to walk slowly and didn't say a word. When he arrived at the toilet, the manservant was waiting outside. Yang Fan turned around and entered the room, just in time to see Wu Sanxi taking off his belt and lifting his robe. Yang Fan looked around and didn't see anyone else. He quickly caught up to Wu Sanxi and bowed respectfully. "Yang Fan pays his respects to His Highness, King Liang." General Yang." Wu Sanxi felt a bit awkward. His robe was halfway undone, and he was just about to relieve himself. Yang Fan's politeness really wasn't in the right place. Wu Sanxi forced a smile and nodded. Just as he was about to continue relieving himself, Yang Fan suddenly flashed to his side and said in a low voice, "I have a confidential matter that I wish to report to His Highness King Liang." "HM?" Wu Sansi immediately went on guard when he heard this. Even his desire to relieve himself was gone. He immediately asked, "What do you have to report?" Yang Fan said, "I have captured an extremely important witness in the western regions, and it is related to His Highness, King Wei. This is no small matter, so I do not dare to report this to the imperial court, nor do I dare to destroy the evidence on my own. After thinking about it for a long time, I can only report this to His Highness, King Liang, and ask him to make a decision for me." Chapter 291. Wu Sansi quickly fastened his pants and leaped to the side of the door to look outside. He then quickly flashed back to Yang Fan's side. His eyes were bright. In an urgent tone, he said, "What is it that you are undecided about? Say it." In the hall, Wu Qingxi had angered Wu Sansi away. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Speaking of which, Wu Sansi's ability to curry favor with his aunt and win over the officials was no less than his own. However, in terms of temperament, he was not as calm as Wu Qingxi. With just a little trick, he had angered the coachman away. Wu Qingxi said proudly, "For today's banquet, Yi has specially invited a master of the inner teaching house to come and perform for us. Now that everyone is in a good mood, let's invite this master to show us his skills." Wu Qingxi's meaning was to take advantage of Wu Sansi's absence to invite this internal court master to perform in front of the hall. When Wu Sansi returned and saw this, he would be even more displeased. It would be best if he could not restrain himself and fly into a rage in the hall. However, he was not willing to let go of any opportunity to embarrass Wu Sansi. Wu Yi held great power and was a cautious person. Currently, he had not clearly expressed whether he supported Wu Qingxi or Wu Sansi. However, he knew Wu Qingxi's intentions in doing this. Since Wu Qingxi had already said it, he could not go against him. He could only clap his hands, stop the dance, and invite the specially invited internal court master to come out. In this era, the status of a song and dance master was naturally low. However, if one could become a master of the palace, their skills would certainly reach the peak. Their status would also suddenly rise. Even the nobles would have to be respectful when they saw them and view them as honored guests. Thus, when they heard that Wu Yi had invited an internal court master, the hall immediately fell silent. A moment later, with the jingle of ornaments, a beautiful woman in her 30s leisurely walked into the hall. Behind her were 6 young and pretty girls in colorful clothing. This beautiful woman wore a light blue dress that accentuated her tall and beautiful figure. Although she was almost 30 and no longer a young girl, she had a different kind of charm. She didn't have any other decorations on her body, only a silver hairpin with a round pearl in it. Her delicate face was thin and white like porcelain, and there was a quiet smile on it. Her temperament was refined, just like a celestial concubine. Among the guests in the hall, there were some who recognized her. They softly called out her name. "Ah, wasn't that Master Ru Mei from the internal court?" Among the internal court's worship masters, Master Ru Mei is a master of both singing and music. I wonder if she will play music or sing today. Just as he was speaking, in the midst of the melodious music of stringed instruments and flutes, 6 beautiful and elegant dancers had already gracefully bowed, their colorful sleeves fluttering in the wind as they began to dance. With one look, everyone knew that Lady Ru Mei was going to sing. Wu Yi stroked his beard, his face full of pride. An internal court master was not something that just anyone could invite. Ru Mei opened her throat slightly, and a clear voice suddenly rose. It was graceful and clear, clearly entering everyone's ears. No one saw her raise her voice. Such a wonderful voice was something that even the stringed instruments found unnecessary. If she sang it without music, it was hard to say how enchanting it would be. Such a heavenly voice was truly the first to gain the upper hand. Everyone who heard it was stunned and cheered in unison. In the latrine, Wu Sansi heard Yang Fan's words. It was as if he had heard heavenly music, and was so happy that he wanted to scratch his ears and cheek. He grabbed Yang Fan and urgently asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Yang Fan said, "How could I lie about such an important matter?" Wu Sansi impatiently asked, "Where is that person now?" Yang Fan said, "He's locked up in the house that Master Shui gave me." Speaking to this point, Yang Fan revealed a slightly distressed expression. He sighed and said, "When I first heard of such a matter, I didn't dare believe it. After confirming it repeatedly, I won't hide it from you. I would rather not have known of this matter. Now that I know, I can't pretend I don't know." Wu Sansi naturally understood his feelings. Not to mention that he was just a lowly imperial guard at that time. Even if he was a general now, it would be a very troublesome matter for him to find out that the great general of the Jin Wu Guards had connived with the enemy and intentionally leaked the military secrets. Moreover, it was very likely that a prince was involved in this matter. However, for Wu Sansi, it was a blessing from the heavens. He had never thought that Yang Fan would bring him such good news. Wu Sansi was overjoyed and rubbed his palms together. Seeing Yang Fan's depressed expression, he hurriedly comforted him. "General Yang need not worry. My Wu family has done you a great favor. Of course, you don't want to say anything detrimental to my Wu family. Moreover, Prince Wei's power is overwhelming. Of course, you don't want to offend him. But for you to hide such a big matter, you have to bear the responsibility of having your family exterminated. It is really hard on you. You should have told me about this matter. I will definitely handle this matter properly and not let you get involved in it." Ha ha. After Wu Sansi finished speaking, he impatiently said, "Once the banquet is over, this prince will go to your house." "This doesn't seem appropriate. Once the banquet is over, this prince will send someone to your residence. First, bring him to my prince's residence and strictly guard him. We can't let anything happen to him." Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had thrown out a big trouble. He hurriedly said, "If that's the case, I will have to trouble you. General Yang, Your Highness, I am the second child in my family. You can call me Beta Persei." Wu Sansi happily said, "Erlang the Son of Heaven has arranged a marriage for you. In a few days you will be married. This is a joyous event in your life. When the time comes, I will personally visit you and congratulate you." Yang Fan's actions were clearly a proof of allegiance to him, clearly indicating that he was going to rely on him as a disciple. From Wu Sansi's point of view, because Yang Fan's master Shuihui was close to Wu Qingxi, and Wu Qingxi's disciple Qiushenji was Yang Fan's old superior, he originally thought that the possibility of Yang Fan relying on Wu Qingxi was higher. Now that Yang Fan had chosen him, it was a joyous event for him. Moreover, Yang Fan had given him a gift that could topple Wu Qingxi. How could he not see Yang Fan in a different light? Of course, Yang Fan's actions also had his own considerations in terms of interest. After all, although he had a witness in his hands, no one knew if Qiushenji had other flaws or if there would be a case in the future. It was human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity. But for Wu Sansi, he was the one who benefited the most. The two servants stood outside and heard a burst of laughter. "Erlang, that was a very grand speech." "I wouldn't dare, how could I compare to you?" "Hm? Are you saying I am short?" "Oh, it was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "Ha ha ha ha, no blame, no blame. Why would I blame you? When did Your Highness become so familiar with this Erlang to the point of not caring about seniority?" The two servants looked at each other. Their expressions were a bit strange. In the banquet hall, it was not very pleasant. As it turned out, the internal court guest, Ru Mei, was singing in the hall. Everyone was mesmerized by it, but the already drunk Shuihui was impatient. This kind of elegant music was like a duck listening to thunder. He didn't understand it. He immediately asked Ru Mei to change to a song about love between a man and a woman. It was cheerful and interesting. As an internal court guest, Ru Mei was already a master. She had never seen such a vulgar person. However, She knew Xue Huaiyi's status and didn't want to offend him. She could only suppress her anger and change to a midnight song. I do not comb my hair at night, my hair draped over my shoulders, my wrist stretched out on my husband's knees. How is it not pitiful? However, this was a bit too elegant for Xue Huaiyi's level. Before Ru Mei could finish, he interrupted her and asked for another song. Ru Mei had no choice but to change to a folk song called Stepping Song. The gentleman is like the clouds in the sky, like the birds in the clouds, accompanying and relying on each other, reflecting the sun and wind. The gentleman is like the water in the lake, like the flowers in the water's heart, in love with the moon. The rhythm of the song was cheerful and the lyrics were simple. He thought that it would satisfy Monk Xue's wishes, but who knew that Xue Huai would still shake his head like a rattledrum? It turned out that what he wanted to hear was the obscene lyric. What kind of status did Ru Mei have in the music hall? She was treated as a distinguished guest when she went in and out of aristocratic families. How could she endure such humiliation? In a fit of anger, she flicked her sleeves and left. After all, the Wu family was from an aristocratic family and couldn't compare to Xue Huaiyi's vulgarity. Hearing his request, they felt embarrassed. When Great Master Ru Mei left in anger, they knew they were in the wrong and couldn't hold her back. They quickly sent people to apologize and send her off. Xue Huaiyi was in a drunken mood. When he saw that a musician dared to disrespect him, he was immediately furious. He jumped up and started cursing. His disciple saw that his master was angry and quickly went up to persuade him. Fortunately, Hong Luer was quick-witted and quickly arranged the cups, plates, and bowls. He used his chopsticks to knock on the table and sang a song to Xue Huaiyi. "Sweetheart, you're so romantic. Hold 2 cherries on my chest and mimic the way a baby sucks milk, licking and smacking them. This servant is still a virgin, how can I enjoy it? This taste, after smacking and kneading, in a short while the 2 jade rabbits will perk up." Not to mention that the Wu family found this song vulgar, it was a family banquet. The womenfolk were also participating, but they were separated by a screen in the middle and the womenfolk were on the other side of the building. When such a vulgar song was sung, the womenfolk of the Wu family were disgusted and left one after another. On the side of the male guests, no one dared to act strangely, but they still felt embarrassed. Xue Huaiyi's heart was at ease. Towards the end, he even bared his chest and sang loudly. Xue Huaiyi's mouth was glossy and his head was bald. He sang the obscene song as if there was no one else present. In one breath, he sang 3 songs and drank a few cups of wine. After laughing 3 times, he lay down on the table and fell asleep. In this hall full of guests, everyone had their own schemes. Speaking of which, no one lived a more carefree life than this fellow. Seeing that Xue Huai was drunk and sleeping, Wu Yi let out a sigh of relief. He quickly announced that the banquet was over. He called a few monks from the White Horse Temple to help Xue Huai up. He also lent them his ox cart to send Xue Huai off. When Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi returned to the restaurant, they just happened to see this scene. Wu Sanxi's mind was filled with thoughts of Yan, who was locked up in Yang Fan's house. When he saw that the banquet was over, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly bid farewell to Wu Yi and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wu Qingxi called out to him and said, "Sanxi, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to discuss with you and Yi." Wu Sanxi was stunned and could only say, "Originally, there was still something to do in the residence. Since it is like this, allow me to arrange it." As Wu Sanxi said this, he hurriedly walked in front of his steward and whispered a few words into his ear. After giving his instructions, he slightly raised his eyelids and looked deeply at Yang Fan. Yang Fan understood tacitly and walked in front of Wu Yi. He crossed his arms and bowed, saying with a smile, "Thank you, great general, for hosting a banquet. Good wine is in front of me and I am already a little drunk. I will take my leave now." Chapter 292. After Yang Fan left Wu Yi's residence, he immediately returned to his residence near the southern city. The residence that Shui Huai gifted to him was now his daily residence. Ah Lang is back. The one who answered the door was an old servant with the surname Chen. His name was Chen Shou. Yang Fan nodded. As he walked inside, he said in a low voice, "The matter has been settled. Wu Sanxi is treating it like a treasure. He will send someone to pick him up in a moment. After that, we just need to observe his actions and cooperate with him." "Alright. I will inform Zhao Yu in a while." Chen Shou was Shen Mu's subordinate. Ever since Yang Fan moved into this residence, there had to be someone to take care of the residence. He was now a military officer and couldn't be the same as before. Right now, his residence had a cook cum procurement, a doorman cum gardener, and 2 young girls who were around 12 or 13 years old. They were responsible for the cleaning of the residence. These people were left behind by Shen Mu in Luoyang. They were Zhao Yu's eyes and ears and had arranged for him. Chen Shou was his doorman and was also the person who helped him communicate with the hidden sect. As for the other people, Zhao Yu only mentioned that they could be trusted and that there was no need to hide anything from them unless it was an important secret. However, he didn't mention that they were also from the hidden sect. Yang Fan observed them carefully. The gardener cum chef had the surname Lin, and his name was Lin Shiwen. He was really good at cooking. Even though they were ordinary dishes like green vegetables and tofu, they were still very delicious. The 2 young girls were around 12 or 13 years old, and were in the prime of their lives. They had average looks and were youthful and lively. It was impossible to say that these people were all from the hidden sect. However, since Zhao Yu said that they could be trusted, then they or their families must have countless connections with the hidden sect. In fact, organizations like the obvious sect and the hidden sect were just like those prestigious clans. They could influence a state, a prefecture, or even a country's political policies. However, there weren't many core members that truly belonged to these clans or organizations. They were able to use various methods to control or influence others. They had massive roots, and the servants that Zhao Yu found were obviously one of the roots of the hidden sect. Yang Fan knew that Shen Mu was providing these people to him. Even if Shen Mu didn't intend to monitor him subjectively, he would still monitor him objectively. If he had some privacy, it would obviously be inconvenient for him. However, he could only accept this kind of kindness because these people were indeed what he needed. In the cellar of his back residence, there was still Yian locked up. If this kind of thing happened to some good people that he had casually hired, how could they not be surprised? Would they obey his orders without hesitation and take up the responsibility of taking care of him? But these people had no problem. Officials could reach the heavens in a single step, but influence could never be achieved overnight. It took Wu Zetian more than 40 years to go from a talent to a supreme being. Foundation and knowledge were like the roots of a tree. They had to grow and develop one root at a time. Only with all of this could one withstand the ups and downs of the official world and withstand the great winds and waves. All of this required time. After all, Yang Fan had a master who was a king. Therefore, he understood these principles from a young age. Back then, he had resolutely rejected Wan Er's suggestion of a rapid promotion because he knew that a promotion without a foundation would only have a short period of glory. Fu Yi's promotion and demotion had already proved this point. Therefore, Yang Fan didn't dislike these people that Zhao Yu sent. Right now, he was like a tree that had just been transplanted and needed a support to help him withstand the wind and rain. Once he had his own strength, he could break away from this external force that was both a support and a restraint at any time. As soon as Yang Fan entered the hall, he couldn't help but be startled. There were many chests and furniture tied with red silk. Chen Shou, who had followed him in, quickly explained, "The palace has sent many betrothal gifts." The person who came also said that in 3 days, the inner guards will send someone to deliver the First Lady's dowry. Yang Fan made an "oh" sound and said, "Go and guard the door. In a moment, a group of people with the surname Wu will come. Bring them in to see me." Chen Shou made a sound of agreement and walked to the door. Yang Fan walked over and pulled off the red silk. He casually opened one of the chests and saw that it was filled with silk and satin. Yang Fan closed the chest and looked at the furniture. Whether it was the table, the cabinet, the bed, the platform, the screen, or the stool, they were all made of precious wood such as red sandalwood, rosewood, and sour twigs. Although the wood was precious, it wasn't inlaid with gold or jade. Instead, it was painted in a primary color. As a result, it appeared simple and natural, luxurious but not gaudy. The style and shape of the furniture were also very unique. Even a random candle holder with a floor-to-ceiling flower had a unique design. It was especially elegant and generous. Looking at the style of the furniture, Yang Fan suddenly thought of the layout of Wan Er's residence. The style of the furniture was very similar. Yang Fan's heart unconsciously moved. He thought to himself, could it be that Wan Er personally chose all this furniture? He thought of Wan Er's deep love for him. Her greatest wish was to be his wife. And today, she had personally chosen all the furniture for him to marry, just so that his wedding day with another woman could be grand and glorious. Wouldn't her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife? Thinking of this, a thought suddenly floated into his mind. Yian was blindfolded by two fierce-looking men. They carried him out of the cellar and pushed him onto a cart. Yian only felt the cart go left and then right. He didn't know how long it went. When the cart stopped and he was taken down, he was pushed left and right for a long time. When the cloth covering his face was finally taken off, he found that he was in an extremely wide dungeon. He had been escorted for too long. Ever since he was kidnapped from the Shui Yantua tribe, he had been detained in a tent that belonged to an unknown tribe. After a few days, those people turned into horse bandit. They burned, killed, and looted as they charged back to Heshi. He was caught among them and passed through the snowy plains to Heshi. Then, he was escorted to Longyu. At this time, he was still relatively free. At least he knew where he was. But from then on, things were different. The last time he saw anything from the outside world was in the majestic Tongguan Pass. He saw a tall city wall built against a mountain. After that, he was blindfolded. Every time the cloth covering his face was taken off, he would appear in a house of some unknown location. He trudged all the way until a few days ago when he was finally settled. He was imprisoned in a low and damp cellar. Today, he was moved again. He didn't know if he would continue to be moved and imprisoned in some unknown place. Right now, he was already confused. He had no idea what these Tang people were doing. This dungeon was very large, but there were only 3 prison cells inside. The middle of the cell was made of hardwood that was as thick as an arm. There were beds on the floor, and at the height of about 5 zhang was a row of skylights that allowed light to pass through. The skylights were open, and sunlight shone in through them. The dungeon did not seem gloomy or frightening. Outside the cell door stood 7 or 8 burly men in embroidered clothes. In the middle stood one person. Judging from his attire, he should be their master. This person did not look fierce. He had a long beard and an elegant demeanor. It was just that his eyes seemed a little too eager when he stared at Yi, and Yi couldn't help but think of the evil fetishes of the upper-class people of the Central Plains. At this time, the man spoke. His words dispelled Yian's worries. "Tell me in detail how you escaped from Lu Shirta's camp." Yian sighed in relief and said weakly, "Haven't I already said it many times?" The man's voice became stern. "Then say it one more time." Yian swallowed his saliva helplessly. The man's eyes flashed, and he ordered, "Give him wine and food. Let him speak slowly." The people of the prairie loved wine. Ever since Yian was captured, he had not touched a drop of wine for several months. When he heard that there was wine, his eyes lit up. Not long after, a few braised dishes and a pot of wine were delivered to the prison cell. Yian impatiently grabbed the wine pot and took a big gulp. It was incomparably mellow and fragrant. It was actually top-notch wine that he had never tasted before. Yian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly took 2 more mouthfuls, and then grabbed a piece of braised meat and threw it into his mouth. Outside, a burly man in embroidered clothes brought in a stool. The middle-aged man with the long beard sat down and crossed his legs. He said with a smile, "Now you can speak." Yian raised his head and saw that there was a table in the corner outside. A person dressed as a scribe from the secretariat was holding a brush and waiting to record. Ever since Yian was captured, he had suffered a lot. He had already obediently told the truth. Moreover, he really didn't think that there was a need to keep this information a secret. Naturally, he didn't hide anything and obediently told the story. Wu Sansi came out of the dungeon and called the head steward over. He solemnly ordered, "Take good care of him. Give him whatever he wants to eat. If he falls sick, immediately send for a doctor and ask for medicine. There must be no delay. This person is very important to me. Do you understand? Alang, don't worry. This old servant will remember it." N. Wu Sansi unfolded the written confession in his hand and looked at it. He couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. He then said, "Did Minister Zhou use them to come? Imperial Messenger Zhou and the others have already arrived. They are waiting for Ah Lang in the study." "Good." Wu Sansi clenched the confession tightly and rushed to the study with big strides. In the study, the Wu Sansi and the 5 dogs were whispering to each other, discussing spiritedly. After the Wu clan's banquet ended, they coincidentally received a message from Wu Sansi's confidant. He told them to immediately go to the Liang Palace and wait. He had something important to discuss with them. The 5 of them didn't know what important matter Wu Sansi had and were asking each other, but they couldn't get an answer. As they were chatting, Wu Sansi walked in with a beaming face. The 5 of them hurriedly stood up and greeted, "This lowly servant greets your highness." "Ha, sit. All of you sit. This prince called you all here today because there is a joyous matter to discuss with you all." The 5 of them looked at each other in confusion. Zhou Yong couldn't help but ask, "What joyous matter does your highness have to discuss with us lowly servants?" Wu Sansi walked to the main seat and sat down. He pressed his hands down for the 5 of them to sit down. He said with a smile, "This prince's greatest enemy is about to fall. Isn't this a joyous matter?" Chapter 293. Who was Wu Sansi's greatest enemy? Zhou Yong, Ran Zuyong and the others were all Wu Sansi's trusted aides. How could they not understand? Hearing Wu Sansi's words, the 5 of them were shocked. Yao Shaoji cried out, "Wei Wang? Wei Wang is both a prince and a prime minister. He has always been the head of the officials and the head of the Wu clan. His influence in the court is like the sun in the sky. Frankly speaking, even a prince is at a disadvantage. Now, does your highness already have a way to deal with him?" Wu Sansi smiled and showed them the confession in his hand. He said, "Take it and have a look." Zhou Yong quickly stepped forward and took the confession from Wu Sansi's hand. The other 4 could not wait any longer. They all gathered in front of him and carefully read through Yi An's account of how he escaped from Lu Shirda's camp. After reading it, Zhou Yong asked with a blank face, "Your Highness, this seems to be the account of a Turkic spy's escape from Longyo's camp?" Wu Sansi said proudly, "That's right." Minister Song Jishuan asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with this? What does it have to do with Wei Wang?" Censor Yao Shaoji pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" He said, "General Qiu Shenji and Lu Shirda have both petitioned the imperial court to punish spies in the main camp of the Huyuan army, and they have also stolen the secrets of the border. I have the responsibility of supervising the officials. I have seen their official letters and there seems to be some discrepancies with this confession." Wu Sansi sneered, "It's not just discrepancies, it's very discrepancies." Wu Sanxi narrated in detail what Qiu Shenji and Lu Shida had reported. Minister of Household Affairs Song Zhixuan immediately said, "Someone is lying." Wu Sanxi looked at him and said, "In your opinion, who is lying?" Song Zhixuan said, "Of course Qiu Shenji is lying. Is there a need for this Yan to lie?" Wu Sanxi said, "That's right." However, there were clearly only 2 people guarding the entrance of the tent. How did it turn into 4? Why were there 4 corpses on the ground by the time Lu Shida heard the news and arrived before Yan and his brother could kill them? Yan and the other 2 are just ordinary spies. If someone had really infiltrated Lu Shida's central army, it would be easy for them to assassinate the general or steal the military secret. Why would they go through so much trouble to save the 2 of them? When the lackeys heard Wu Sanxi's question, their eyes lit up. Wu Sanxi said proudly, "What do you think the emperor will say when this prince's statement is presented to him?" Zhou Tong said excitedly, "His Majesty will definitely not let him off easily." Ran Zuyong and Song Zhixuan rubbed their palms together excitedly and said, "That's right. This time we can finally bring him down." The supervising monster trainer, Yao Shaoji, was in charge of handling cases in the penal courts, so he knew more about these matters than they did. He thought for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Wait. Everyone, please wait. Only Qiu Shenji is involved in this matter. What if Wei Wang abandons his pawn to protect the general? How can we drag him down with us?" Wu Sanxi said, "Everyone in the court knows that Qiu Shenji is Wu Chengxi's disciple. Without his approval, would Qiu Shenji dare to cause such a big mess in Longyu? If Longyu is really in chaos, would Qiu Shenji have the confidence to take command of the Western region's troops? It is obvious that this matter was planned by Wu Chengxi." Yao Shaoji said, "Your Highness, the crux of the matter is not this, but the fact that Wei Wang is favored by the emperor." Wu Sanxi's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Are you going to let go of such a good opportunity?" Yao Shaoji smiled sinisterly and said, "How can we let go of such a good opportunity? What I mean is that Wei Wang is favored by the emperor. I'm afraid that if he quibbles, the emperor will help him. In that case, Qiu Shenji's matter will not be related to him. We have to make him sink deeper and deeper, and it will be difficult for him to escape. Especially when he loses the emperor's favor, then we can succeed." In the end, Wu Sanxi was not an impulsive and unwise person. With Yao Shaoji's reminder, his fervent desire to overthrow Wu Chengxi gradually cooled down. Thinking about it carefully, if he acted rashly, with Wu Chengxi's current level of favor, the emperor would indeed be merciful and let him go. Wu Sanxi calmed down and cupped his hands in thanks. "Thanks for Shaoji's reminder, I was rash. Then, in your opinion, what should I do?" Yao Shaoji said, "Your Highness, Wei Wang only wants to do 2 things now. One is to seize the military power, and the other is to seize the emperor's heir. The purpose of seizing the military power is also for the emperor's heir. Now, not only did the matter in the western region not go as he wished, but Lu Shida also took advantage of it. Not only did he retreat 100,000 enemies, he also won a great victory at Jianxi, killing over 20,000 enemies. The prime ministers would not let go of such a good opportunity. They would definitely seize the opportunity to seize control of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the western region. The king of Wei was frustrated here, so he would definitely be even more eager to fight for the position of crown prince. Your Highness, why not show him weakness and let him fight for the crown prince's position without any scruples?" At this point, Song Zhixuan was enlightened and clapped. "Brilliant! This kill by flattery can kill without spilling blood. It is indeed a brilliant plan." Wu Sanxi still did not understand the crux of it and quickly asked, "What's so brilliant about it?" Song Zhixuan laughed sinisterly. If the king of Wei were to seize the military power first and then plant more henchmen, the position of crown prince would naturally belong to him when his forces are fully established. But if he were to set his sights on the position of Crown Prince now, what would that mean? His Majesty is old, but he does not concede to his old age. Will His Majesty be happy? Wu Sansi hesitated. What if it turns out to be true? At this point, Zhou Yong also understood the crux of it and quickly said, Your Highness, this makes sense. If we don't stop him, will no one care? Those few chancellors don't like anyone from our Wu family. If Wei Wang is willing to jump out, then let them fight it out. We can sit on the mountain and reap the spoils later. If Wei Wang really defeats the chancellors and becomes the crown prince, then it won't be too late for us to make a move. As long as this witness is handed over, the worst outcome would be to hand over the evidence now. If we succeed, we can make him unable to recover and never have a chance to rise again. Wu Sansi pondered for a moment and laughed coldly. After today's banquet, Wu Qingxi specially asked me to stay behind and beat me up, hinting that he wants to fight for the crown prince's position and asked me not to be a burden to him. It's obvious that he considers himself the Wu family head. Hearing what you said, it seems that I really have to give way to him. Ran Zuyong hurriedly said, When a vulgar bird is about to strike, it will fly and fold its wings. When a ferocious beast is about to fight, it will bow down. Wei Wang has ascended high and is facing the abyss. So what if we allow him to be arrogant for a while? Wu Sansi laughed heartily. Well said. Then I will allow him to be arrogant for a while. Ha 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 ha. Tin Ano's body was twisted strangely as he leaned against the cliff. It was hard to tell if he looked like a ferocious beast or a vulgar bird. However, it was true that he was facing the abyss. When Tin Ano committed suicide by jumping off the cliff from the peak of Mount Hua, he did have the intention to die. She was not a girl who would surrender easily, but she knew very well how much power her young master had. If her young master wanted Yang Fan to die, then Yang Fan would definitely not be able to live. Using one person's martial prowess to fight against an aristocratic family that could overturn the world, that was only a fantasy in legends. So, when her young master said that only one of them could live, she almost immediately accepted this result. In fact, she could not wait to accept this result because she was worried that her young master would change his mind again. She knew that her young master had made a solemn promise. Since he had personally raised this condition, as long as she fulfilled her promise, no matter how unwilling he was, he would not go back on his words. The cliff was steep, and the wind was extremely strong. The Tian Ai knew was like a paper kite with a broken string, tumbling down the cliff. Her body hit the protruding rock wall a few times, and her body was covered with cuts and bruises. She thought that she would soon be smashed into pieces, but her loosened clothes accidentally caught onto a pine tree that grew on the steep rock wall. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had already left her young master's sight. No one would think that falling from such a high place would still be able to survive. Even if she escaped now, as long as she did not expose her tracks, her young master would still think that she had fallen into pieces and would still keep his promise. Then, she might still have a chance to be with Erlang. The good quality clothes only supported her for a moment. Although the time was short, it was enough to rouse her will to live. This thought flashed through her mind like a spark. Her hand unconsciously moved and the flying claws hidden in her sleeves shot out like a spirit snake. The moment her clothes broke, they wrapped around that old pine tree. However, after she had the will to live, she found that in this position, it was not hard to die, but it was as hard as ascending to heaven to live. At this moment, her body was hanging between the precipice, hanging alone on an old pine tree. She could not go up to the sky, nor could she go down to the ground. The top of the rock was far away in the clouds, and the ground below was also in the cloud. Her body was in midair, and it was really difficult to go up or down. But she had to do something. If she stayed here, no one would come to save her. She would only starve to death here. That was even more terrifying than falling to death. As she tumbled down, Her body was constantly slapped against the cliff by the strong mountain wind, scraping against the protruding rocks. Her body was already riddled with injuries. Especially the right side of her thigh was cut by a sharp mountain rock. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen and blood flowed out. If it was not bandaged in time, before she starved to death, she would die from blood loss. Anu climbed up the pine tree and tore off her tattered clothes to tightly wrap around her wound. Then she immediately began her escape. Because the longer it dragged on, the more energy she used up. That year, she was pushed into the well by her biological father. That was the darkest and most terrifying moment of her life. Although she managed to climb out in the end, when she was climbing out, she thought that with her frail body and weak arms, there was no chance of getting out. At that time, the only thing that supported her was her exuberant will to live. Today, she jumped off the cliff without hesitation, abandoning her life to seek death. It was for the person she loved the most in her heart. Now, in this desperate situation, it was still for love, for him, because she could not bear to part. In order not to be separated, even if she was in a precipice with no path to heaven and no door to the earth, she would still forcefully walk out. Chapter 294. This kind of desperate survival, for anyone, might just be a bad joke played by the god of death. Wasn't it? When you were lucky enough to be caught by a pine branch, thinking that you wouldn't fall to your death, you suddenly discovered that you couldn't climb up, and you couldn't climb down. What kind of feeling would that be? Fortunately, Tin Ano's skills were outstanding, and she just happened to have a flying claw in her hands, which became her hope of escape. Even so, she still suffered a lot. The strong wind whistled along the rock wall, and her hands had to tightly grasp the rock. If she was even a little bit careless, she would be swept away by the wind. She could only climb the protruding parts of the rock, moving cautiously step by step. Some places were as smooth as a mirror, and she could only use the flying claw to throw it into the distance again and again, until it firmly grasped a rock, and then swing her body over it. Some places were large pieces of smooth rock, and she couldn't climb at all. The flying claw's length also couldn't reach far beyond the smooth cliff surface, so she could only risk sliding down until her hands could touch the rock she could climb. Sometimes, she would find a spot a few feet below her that she could use, but it would deviate from her body. She would even have to climb back so that when her body fell, she would be able to touch the rock there. This kind of torture could simply drive a weak-willed person crazy, but Tin Ano clenched her teeth and endured it. She didn't know how long she climbed, or how far she climbed, but after using the flying claw many times, it had already broken, turning into a small useless chain. Her body had already exhausted the last bit of strength in the endless climb, and she no longer had the strength to move. And at this moment, she was under an inverted triangular rock, hanging there like a bat, unable to advance or retreat. Tin Ano's ears were ringing, her heart was beating fast, her vision was blacking out, and her hands and feet were weak. She was, after all, made of flesh and blood. She knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. She looked down the rock in despair, and there seemed to be a layer of mist in front of her, faintly flashing with a touch of green. "Give me another place to borrow strength, give me a little bit more strength, God, I beg you," Tin Ano prayed inwardly. He arched his body and gathered his strength. Suddenly, he dashed to the right with all his might. Her fingertips touched a protruding rock, but it was only a touch, and then she fell down. "Why? Since you want me to die, why give me hope?" Tin Ano screamed silently from the bottom of his heart. Tears of despair suddenly gushed out, cha-cha-cha. A sharp hunting knife hacked at the weeds, vines, and overgrown branches. There was a rustling sound in the dense forest, and a few people suddenly came out. They were all dressed in colorful hunter outfits. When they stood still in the forest, they almost blended in with the grass and trees, so it was not easy to be discovered. They all held steel pitchforks and had hunting bows slung over their shoulders. The person leading the way was the most muscular of them all. He was a head taller than the others, and he was as sturdy as a bull. This person's stature was that of an adult man, but there was a bit of hair on his lips, and his face was slightly childish. He didn't seem to be very old. A man with a wild pheasant and a hare on his shoulder looked up. The towering trees blocked out the sun. Looking out from the treetops, he could see endless peaks and valleys. The strange peaks pierced into the clouds, and the cliffs looked like they had been cut. He said, "Erlang, look at this, we have already reached the foot of Mount Hua. Let's go back early. If we are late, we will inevitably make Auntie angry again." The young man who was already an adult but still looked childish was the Erlang he was talking about. Erlang straightened his neck and said, "That tigress is very strict. She doesn't let me go out all day. It was not easy to get her permission to let me go into the mountains to hunt. How can I go back now? Didn't you guys say that there are tigers in the mountains? I will only leave after I hunt the tigers." A man dressed as a hunter hurriedly said, "Big Worm. It's Big Worm. Don't mention the word tiger. It's taboo, Erlang." Erlang stared at him and said, "It's obviously a tiger, why can't I say it? Didn't you guys say that there are tigers in the mountains? Where are the tigers? I have been wandering around for half a day, but I haven't seen a prey bigger than a dog." A hunter said with a bitter smile, "We also heard from a woodcutter that he saw a big worm a few days ago when he went into the mountains to chop firewood. Whether it was a big worm or not, we don't know either. At that time, we just said it casually to Erlang. Who would have thought that you would take it seriously? Even if there really is a tiger, it's not something you can touch just because you want to." When Erlang heard this, he said unhappily, "You guys clearly said that there was a tiger. How did it become a casual remark? No, I won't go back until I find the tiger." After saying that, Erlang brandished his saber and continued to open the way. The few people had no choice but to follow behind him. After walking for a while, the faint sound of water could be heard in front of them. Turning around a rock, their eyes suddenly opened up. They saw a mountain spring gushing out from the dense grass, forming a deep green pool in front of them. Then it flowed to the valley in the southwest. Erlang was overjoyed and said, "Haha, what a pool of good water. I'm just getting warm from walking, so I'll take a bath here and make myself comfortable." As he said that, he sheathed his hunting knife, took off his hunting bow, and tore off his clothes, revealing a strong and sturdy chest. His chest was dripping with sweat, and there was also a clump of curled chest hair. He excitedly ran to the pool. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, he heard a loud bang, and a large splash of water hit him in the face, making him look like a drowned rat. Erlang stood by the pool in a daze, water dripping down his face. He wiped the spring water off his face and said in surprise, "What happened?" A hunter beside him pointed to the pool and said, "Erlang, look, there's someone in the water." Erlang fixed his eyes on the rippling water and saw a young girl floating on the surface of the water. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders and she floated along the waves like water plants. Her dress spread out in the water like a huge lotus leaf, and the young girl was lying in the middle of the lotus leaf. Her cheeks were as pale as a white lotus flower that had just bloomed. Erlang said in surprise, "We haven't even seen the tiger yet. Why did a tigress fall from the sky?" This Erlang was born a bit simple-minded. His eldest brother was an official outside, and his eldest sister-in-law ran the household. This eldest sister-in-law was smart and capable. She ran the household very well. Because she was worried that this simple-minded brother would stir up trouble outside and spoil the family's reputation, she was very strict with him. This Erlang was extremely afraid of his eldest sister-in-law, and always called her a tigress behind her back. Just a little bit, and all the women he saw were all tigress. Just as he said that, the faint green lake water turned red, and strands of blood rippled out from the young girl's body, like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Erlang's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Eh? And it's a tigress who's just about to come." The hunter beside him didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Erlang, I think this girl seems to be injured." Erlang said in shock, "Is that so? Then why aren't you going to save her?" As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pushed, and the man fell into the water with a splash. After Tion Ai knew was dragged ashore, a few men suddenly surrounded her and stared at her with their eyes wide open. Tin Ano had already fainted. Her cheeks were as pale as snow, and a few strands of her hair were wet on her delicate face. Her small face was like the frost in the snow, making people want to love her. When Erlang saw this, he couldn't help but shout, "Ah! I called her wrongly. Such a delicate and pitiful little girl isn't at all as fierce as that tigress in our house." The others didn't say anything. They were all servants, and couldn't compare to this second young master. Second young master could say that his eldest sister-in-law was a tigress, so how could they dare to respond to him? When Tin Ano fell off the cliff, she was a little dizzy, and when she was hit by the lake water, she immediately fainted. In her unconscious state, she coughed a few times and spat out some lake water. She muttered, "Erlang," and then there was no more sound. The bull-like Erlang scratched his head in surprise and said, "Did you guys hear that? What did she just say?" Next to him, a servant dressed like a hunter said, "I think she said, Erlang?" Erlang clapped his hands and said, "That's right. I thought I heard wrongly, but she really called Erlang. This girl called me just now, so she knows me." The servant stifled his laughter and said, "Erlang, the girl might not know you. You're not the only Erlang in this world." Erlang glared at him and said, "Are you called Erlang, or is he called Erlang? There's obviously only me here, so who else could she call if not me? Hurry, hurry, carry her back home and let that tigress in our house take a good look at her. Since she knows me, she might be a relative of our family." When the servants heard his nonsense, they couldn't help but laugh. But seeing that the girl was in trouble, of course they had to save her. The servants hurriedly chopped down 2 thick tree trunks, then took off their coats and tied them firmly to the tree trunks to make a simple stretcher. They carried the girl on it and left in a hurry. Now that Erlang had picked up a tigress, he no longer clamored to hunt tigers. Carrying his hunting knife, he led the way, trying his best to remember his cousins. Ever since he was a child, he had always been naive and stubborn, so his family rarely allowed him to interact with outsiders. Other than the servants and servants in the family, the people he met the most were his own relative. Now that this girl actually recognized him, he naturally thought that she was a relative of his. As he walked, he suddenly remembered that a few years ago, an uncle came to visit and brought a little cousin with him. Her appearance and temperament were very similar to this girl who had fallen off the cliff. He couldn't help but have a sudden realization, no wonder she recognized me. She must be my little cousin. With this thought, Han Erlang walked even more hurriedly. This bull-like man's surname was Guo, called Guo Xiaofan. In the Zheng County of Huazhou, the Guo family was a famous and influential family. The Guo family's name was Tian. Starting from Marquis Alingguating in the early Han dynasty, the Guo family was a famous and influential family in Shandong during the Wei and Jin dynasties. During the Sui dynasty, the Guo family's ancestor was even a duke. Today there were only 2 brothers in the main branch of the Guo family. The elder brother, Guo Jingji, was the current provincial governor of Weizhou. His younger brother was this man in hunting clothes, Guo Xiaofan. The Guo family's manor was located at the foot of Mount Shaohua. Guo Xiaofan led the way, and by the time he hurried back home, he was already sweating profusely. Once he entered the manor, Guo Xiaofan left the servants carrying the Tian Ai Nu behind him and ran in like a wisp of smoke. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Come out quickly, little cousin is injured."